And a peek into the locker room. Players soaking in the last few. Hi, everybody. Time to get into it. A battle of the big men. Grab some popcorn for this face-off at the center position tonight, Grant.
Oh, no question, B.A. I mean, these bigs bring the size and skill. Who has more tools in their toolkit? I mean, we're about to find out.
A look at Cleveland's opening lineup. At the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. Mitchell on the wing with Strus. And it's Garland in at the 1 spot. Irving against Garland. Irving, the pass to Thompson. And the 3 off target.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Here's Mitchell. Nice D from Gafford.
Gotta applaud the defensive effort. It's not easy to stop him getting in the lane like that.
Thompson outside. Knocks down the triple.
Because of his footwork and fundamentals, Thompson always looks on balance and does a great job of squaring his shoulder.
The 3 from Mitchell knocks it down from distance.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Now here's Davis. Back to Gafford. That one falls. Coming off Davis' feed. A little over a minute gone here in the first quarter. Despite entering his 30s, Anthony Davis is not slowing down, Graham.
Yeah, B.A. And last year, AD put up the best rebounding numbers in his career. And his shooting percentage also very high. And just watching him, Davis is still an all-NBA caliber player, capable of taking over on both ends.
Here's Irving, following the score by Cleveland. Gafford with the bucket.
Ooh, that's a clever pass there by Kyrie, getting the ball to the guy for the better look.
Mitchell, the pass to Mobley. And Mobley throws it down.
He was grabbing the rim to extend the hang time.
Hey, maybe making sure the landing was kinder than the takeoff. And it's Gafford missing.
That's their plan to get him an opportunity to finish in tight. That's a miss they can live with.
Mitchell, the pass to Mobley. Fires the 3. Lively grabs the miss.
That's his shot. And one, I'm sure, he wants back.
Outside Irving. Lively with a screen on Garland. Here's Irving. There's the drive. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. Out to Garland. Back to Allen. And it's Allen who slams it home.
When you're Allen, just about 7 feet, dunking comes easy.
Garland against Irving. Lively passes to Thompson. And there's the drive. The 3, Gafford. The Cavaliers pull it in. Allen's got 4 rebounds in the game. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Well, Jason Kidd had a few moments to share with me. We discussed how he wants his team to approach their matchup with Evan Mobley, and Coach said, we need to make him a jump shooter. Mobley is most effective around the rim. He's still developing his jump shot, and we need to take advantage of that. There should be a lot of resistance in the paint from his defense, B.A.
Great work, Allie. Thanks.
And let's not forget about his athleticism, dominant above the rim. Davis knows how to use his size to his advantage.
Irving, the pass to Gafford. And the dunk by Gafford.
He finds a shooter in motion and is confident he can thread him with the lead pass. Well done.
Grant, the Cavs making the playoffs the last 2 years. A big deal in Cleveland.
Well, outside of years with LeBron on the roster, they hadn't made the postseason since 1998. But this group of Cavaliers are making their own history now.
Now here's Gafford. He's got 6. Lively. Oh, and makes it with the kiss.
That is a perfect placement of that dime. Just guided it right to him.
Cavaliers trail by 4. Garland, the pass to Allen. And there's the foul. It'll go on Kyrie Irving. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Inside. Here's Allen, and it's Allen who slams it home.
With power. That's how you do it, big fella.
Irving finds Gafford. Thompson scanning the floor. Shot clock at 5. On the wing, Davis. That one rolls around and rims out.
Almost too wide open there. That's like a warm-up jumper for him.
Here's Strus. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
Second team foul.
The defense there doing whatever they can to protect the rim.
Cleveland shooting their first free throws of this game. He does not get the second one. Right side, Davis. Pass to Irving. Gafford with a screen on Garland. Here's Irving. And that's not going to go. And still a close game as the first quarter comes to a close. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out ahead in this second quarter. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Mavericks?
The ball movement has been outstanding so far. They've come out of the gate looking for that extra pass.
And the other thing you notice is how determined they've been to get into the paint and get buckets around the rim.
Derek Lively is out there with Davis. Then it's Daniel Gafford. Then it's Thompson. And it's Irving in at the 1. That's the lineup out there for the Mavericks. Now here's Thompson. Oh, he finds himself wide open and drills it. Thompson's got 5 now.
And you can tell that Clay trusts his guys. He calls a play, and they just go to the right spots.
Strus finds Allen. Here's Garland. Back to Mobley. And Mobley throws it down.
His hang time on the rim puts a sweet cherry on top, BA.
It's a close game, and those displays of explosiveness can jumpstart a team. Now here's Davis. Lively with a screen on Mitchell. Pass to Gafford. Good D by Mobley. The Cavs trailing. But you talk about an anchor for this defense. Richard Jared Allen is that.
It's hard to find a big man who can move and eat up space like Allen. He's a great shot blocker that can also move his feet on the perimeter and guard in isolation. But a difference maker at the rim, that is where he's at his best.
And for the Mavericks, they're shooting a nice 50% for the game. Screen by Lively. It's stolen by Garland. Mitchell on the drive. Pass to Allen. Mobley outside. Oh, they get a hand on it. Outside Garland. Fires for 3. And Kyrie Irving clears the rebound.
And he might have thrown himself off when he saw how much space he had from 3.
Three-pointer. Yes, and a nice assist from Thompson. Irving's gotten himself going with a triple, his first basket of the game. Garland against Irving. Mobley, right side. Stolen by Davis. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Evan Mobley was the 3rd overall pick in 2021. And his teammate Donovan Mitchell said about him, "It's crazy, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but I don't think he really understands how good he can be. He can take us to a completely different level. I personally believe that he can be a top 5 player in this league." Ryan, high praise for his teammate.
Indeed it is. Good stuff, Allie.
Well, Davis has built a habit of rising to the occasion, so I am not surprised by his bailout there.
On the wing, Strus. Pass to Allen. And here's Mobley. Outside Mitchell. Mobley, a screen on Thompson. Mitchell, the pass to Mobley. Lets it go. The Cavaliers again cannot hit. Dallas leading by 6. Here's Davis. They get it back. Thompson with it. Outside Davis. Gafford with a screen on Garland. Pass to Lively. Clock at 6. Dallas needs to get off a shot. Look at Davis go to work on the interior. Aging in the league can be a difficult process, Richard, but that's something you did very well.
Wow, compliment. Thank you, B.A. Look, I knew I had to adapt or I would have been out of league sooner than I wanted to. You have to be able to adapt or die. That's what this league is about.
I love it. Just thumbing his nose at the height disadvantage, he's able to get the space he needs and convert.
And you know it takes skill for you to get your shot up over a bigger guy. Little giant killer. That's impressive stuff.
Thompson, that's good.
The moment that last three went in, Thompson must have been thinking, get me the ball, I'll answer it with a three.
Strus's shot is off.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Stolen by Mobley. And he makes it on the layup. Mobley's got 6.
Getting enough shots in close to play inside out.
Thompson finds Irving. There's 37 seconds left in the first half. Gafford in the post. He's against Allen. And it's Gafford missing. The Cavaliers trail by 6. The drive by Garland. Pass to Mobley. Out to Garland. Back to Mobley. And Mobley throws it down.
It's just too easy for Mobley. This man, he's quick off the floor. He's got a 7'4" wingspan. Look, this man finishes the way he was built.
And there's a defensive 3-second call. Dallas shooting their first foul shot of the game. And so he hits the technical free throw.
Substitution. Number 12, DeAndre Hunter.
There's 6 seconds left in the first half of this one. And a deep three from Garland. No good. Misses at the buzzer. And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. Mavericks ahead, leading by 5. And join us right back here after the break for the start of the second half.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. One of the stories here, Klay Thompson. Man, is he getting it done today.
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
You love guys who can get their shots within the flow of the offense.
On the court for the Cavaliers. Strus at small forward with Mobley next to him. Garland and Mitchell, the talented 1 and 2. And it's Hunter in at the 5. Yes, it's good.
Look, I'm telling you, even in the mid-range, Davis is deadly. He's got the perfect mechanics, and it just works at any distance.
Well, Richard, we know how decorated AD was early on in his career. What can we expect from him moving forward?
Oh, he was getting Defensive Player of the Year and MVP votes back then. If he can get back to that level, he's going to be an absolute focal point for a long time coming.
To the middle. On the wing, Mitchell, defended by Thompson. Gafford against Mitchell. Clock at 4. Fires from deep. 3-ball! Donovan Mitchell!
Hitting that shot helps loosen the driving lanes a little, and we know Mitchell only needs a crack at daylight.
And the officials signal the backcourt violation. Not careful there. Outside Garland. And we're just about a minute and a half into the third quarter of basketball.
They've really picked up the energy level and have willed themselves back into this game.
And as tired as they might be after fighting to tie it up, they have all the momentum now to finish this comeback.
The Mavericks trailing. And here is Irving. Pass to Gafford. And it's going to be a 3-second call.
Just lost his head out here. It'll happen if you're pushing a little too hard.
Just over a minute and a half played in the third. And here are the Cavaliers now. It's been 8 unanswered for them. Hunter finds Mobley. Outside Mitchell. Back to Mobley. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Thompson in the post. Covered by Strus. And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, B.A. Not sure what got into him. I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Gafford with a screen on Strus. Davis, the pass to Thompson. Shot clock at 6. Screen by Lively. Three-pointer, no good. The Cavaliers have gotten 3 of 4 shots to fall so far in the third. Hunter against Gafford. Pass to Strus. Outside Garland. To the paint. Here's Mobley. And Mobley throws it down.
Everyone on this team has to be loving this. Great to see Mobley finding his offensive rhythm.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
The Cavaliers are having success. Point guard Darius Garland said, "We're building something here and we've come a long way. It feels amazing having our own legacy. We're just trying to keep it going. The whole city is behind us. And Brian, they know there's still work to do."
And they've got no problem with that, Allie. Thank you.
And with Davis, you know what you're getting, a nightly double-double threat and a versatile defender.
And here comes Cleveland. They're on a 10-2 run here. Hunter against Gafford. Strus. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And you can feel the jolt of energy that he sent through his team. That is a huge boost in a tight game like this.
When it's this close, every bucket matters. You need good looks.
The Cavaliers have got 5 of 6 shots to fall so far in the third. Lively against Mobley. And finished off by Hunter.
That's great anticipation and accuracy by Mobley to set up his teammate.
Davis, the pass to Thompson. Davis against Strus. Back to Thompson. Gafford with a screen on Mitchell. Here's Thompson. Top of the key jumper, no good.
That was a good look for him from mid-range, but just couldn't make the defense pay.
Down low. Here's Hunter. Back to Mitchell. From deep, Mobley. And the rebound goes to the Mavericks. Let's see if they want to go 2 for 1 here, Grant.
Hey, looking at the clock, I'd say yes.
Lively with a screen on Mobley. Thompson passes to Gafford. Outside for Davis. For the tie. Thompson left side. There's the 3. Oh, and Clay makes that 3 look so easy.
You just can't let Clay find any looks anywhere from the three-point line. He makes quick work from the coffin corner.
And here's Strus outside. That one's good. Mitchell making the play. Mitchell's got 3 assists in the game. Mitchell against Thompson. And out of bounds. The Cavs will take it.
That pass wandered off target. Can't lose focus on the little bitty things.
The drive by Garland. Mitchell finds Strus. We're at the end of the third quarter, and we've still got a close one. Cleveland on top. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Serving it up on a platter, that is a beautiful dish. And 2 teammates on the same page. Woo.
3 tense quarters behind us. 1 more to go. Thanks for being with us as we get ready for the 4th. They've got Thompson. Derek Lively is out there with Anthony Davis. Then it's Daniel Gafford, and it's Irving in at the point guard position. That's the lineup in the game for Dallas. And Grant, when you look at Darius Garland, he has a very polished offensive game.
Absolutely. He's great at creating for himself, but also knows when to get others involved. He can score from anywhere, and he works incredibly hard on his craft.
And Cleveland has possession after the basket by Dallas. Mobley, right side. Outside Garland. 6 on the shot clock. Another shot. And Mobley with the lay-in. And the Cavaliers lead by 4.
Adept at fending off aggressive coverage. Mobley already looking like a vet out there.
Inside. Outside Irving. Gafford with a screen on Garland. Irving, the pass to Gafford. Outside for Irving. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. Mobley's got 5 rebounds tonight. Fast break, Cleveland. Mitchell against Thompson. Garland, the pass to Mobley. With the second effort, the shot won't fall. Excellent D there from Lively. Mavericks trail by 4. Thompson outside. And so they foul intentionally.
Darius Garland. Second personal foul. First team foul.
Irving against Garland. From downtown. Offensive board. Gafford passes to Lively. The 3 from Thompson. And that one goes. He's now recorded his 5th bucket in 8 tries.
And this is how he shines. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
Yeah, you got to know where he is at all times, especially when he's roaming around the perimeter ready to fire.
Now here's Mobley. To the inside. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. It's going to be on Anthony Davis.
The length of Mobley is that's what's challenging for many defenders, which is why you pretty much resort to fouling.
And both free throws good for Mobley. The Mavericks have gotten half of their attempts to fall in the 4th. 2 for 4 now. Here's Gafford. And the dunk by Gafford.
The team-first mentality of Thompson. When someone on his squad is open, he finds them.
Allen finds Strus. And Daniel Gafford picks up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
And that puts them just 1 foul from the bonus.
A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the 4th. Allen inside, working on Gafford.
Good anticipation defensively. See the pass coming and manages to snatch it. Run it.
Thompson against Mitchell. Screen by Lively. Thompson passes to Lively. Outside Irving. Clock at 6. Lively with a screen on Garland. Here's Irving. And he misses the go-ahead basket. The Cavaliers have gone 1 of 4 since the 4th quarter began. Here's Allen. Gafford grabs the miss. Gafford's got rebound number 8 here already in the game. Screen by Lively. Thompson passes to Gafford. Offline with a 3.
Shocking that he just bricked that one. The defense got real lucky there.
Here's Mitchell. Oh, get up, Donovan. Wow.
I see you, Mr. Mitchell. Now look, for a 6'1 guard, this man can absolutely fly.
Pass to Thompson. There's a minute 17 left to play in the 4th.
When it counts, you want to get the ball to Klay Thompson where he can do something special with it.
Allen on the wing. Now Mitchell. Fires the 3. He's off on that one.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Thompson finds Lively. Here's Gafford. Money!
And talk about stepping up in a big way.
What a huge play coming through when it matters most.
51 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Now here's Garland. To the paint. Here's Allen. Out to Garland. Mitchell feeling it out a bit. 6 to shoot. Down low. Here's Allen. Yes!
Big Jared Allen outshining the bright lights.
There's 31 seconds left to play in the fourth. Outside Irving for 3. The rebound by Allen.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
Yeah, and the risk now is that he gets inside his own head. Time to take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and let the game come to you.
Outside for Mitchell. Releases. Oh, and he misses the dunk! Regulation is ended, and we are headed to overtime. We'll get right back to the action when we return. Glad to have you with us as we get going in overtime. Neither team giving an inch in this game. Garland and Mitchell, the talented 1 and 2. At the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. And it's Strus in at the 3, the small forward. Now here's Irving. To the middle. And Gafford gets it to go on the assist by Irving. And the Mavericks lead by 2.
Nice feed inside, saw the play develop and hit him right when he needed to.
Pass to Allen. Strus against Davis. Puts up a 3. Strus's shot is off. Dallas has gone 6 of 14 from the perimeter tonight. Davis goes in. Thompson with it. Screen by Lively. Thompson passes to Gafford. Back to Thompson. Just 5 on the clock. And that'll be Dallas's ball as it goes out of bounds. Mavericks able to keep the possession. A minute into overtime with what's been a great one so far. And it's Irving missing.
Gotta find easier shots when you're already struggling. That's not gonna get it.
Allen outside. Here's Strus. Back to Allen. And the layup is good after a nice lead pass. That gives him a double-double.
Fantastic work from Allen, taking the contact on the chin, burying the shot.
Gafford with a screen on Garland. Irving for 3. The rebound by Allen. Allen's got rebound number 12 now. Tenacity on the glass. Here's Strus. And Davis with the block.
You can't take that shot in front of Davis. His reach, his height, come on, man. That was never going to happen.
Stolen by Davis. It's a 3-on-3 fast break. And here's Thompson for 3. Mobley grabs the board. Mobley's got rebound number 8 now. Strus against Davis. Mobley on a screen. Mitchell drives in. Pass to Mobley. Count it!
And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on. Thompson passes to Lively. Lively with a screen on Garland. Now here's Gafford. Here's the 3. And connects from downtown.
And he's heating up in a big way. And I'm not sure the defense knows what exactly to do about it.
Mitchell finds Allen. Back to Mitchell. Allen with a screen on Thompson. 3-pointer. Mitchell, good.
ICE, ice. He has absolute ice in his veins. This guy, he lives for these moments.
Garland against Irving. Gafford with a screen on Garland. Irving, the pass to Gafford. Shot clock at 6. Gafford the screen. Irving for three. Oh, the all-or-nothing shot attempt falls offline.
That's the end of the
And
game.
so it's the Cavaliers who come out on top. They escape with the W, even though they needed a few extra minutes to pull it off.
And both teams.
And going through warm-ups, trying to get into a little groove here before the... Welcome to 2K Sports. Greg, we've got two of the top offensive... teams in this one.
Yeah, but my focus is on the other end tonight, defense. The team that can come up with just a few timely stretches of stops, I think they win.
And now the Golden State Warriors starters. Up front, it's Green at the 4 with Jackson Davis at the 5. Curry is out there with Moody, and it's Butler in at the 3. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Gafford sets the pick for Washington. Dallas needs to get off a shot. Gafford misses.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
It's tipped and stolen by Kyrie Irving. An even 3-on-3 break. Thompson, high post. Outside for Davis. Takes a big high bounce and goes in.
Confident shot from AD, committing to taking that jumper.
Curry against Irving. Now here's Curry. He's guarded closely. Green with a screen on Irving. A floater. And Davis sends it back.
Look at the defense on display there from Davis. Lines up the shot. With perfect timing, swats it away.
Davis with a screen on Butler. In the corner, Irving with it. And that's out of bounds. Dallas will retain possession.
You love the pressure he's putting on them. Almost had that steal.
Yeah, pestering right now, and that's going to pay some dividends. At some point, there's going to be a turnover.
Now here is Davis. Pass to Washington. And stolen by Butler. And the ball's tied up, so we'll have a jump ball.
Jump ball call.
Curry passes it to Moody. Green, the screen. Moody with it. Picked up by Davis. It's rebounded by Dallas.
That's the only kind of defense that's going to cut the mustard here tonight. You got to stay on top of a guy like that who can play at such a high level offensively.
A shot by Washington, and he's wide open. Three-pointer. And Moody pulls it down. On the wing, Green. He's guarded by Davis. Pass to Jackson Davis. Pulls it up. And no good. Trying to use the glass. The Mavericks have gone just 1 of 4 to get this game started. It seems likely that the Warriors' title run under Steph Curry has probably come to a close.
I'm not going to count Steph Curry out quite yet, Kevin, but they have added some quality youngsters. They're trying to grow that group. How fast can they bring those kids along to championship caliber players? That's the big question. They're going to win their share of games.
Here is Davis. The Warriors making the shot. On the wing. Again, the miss by the Mavericks.
His touch from mid-range, that's almost always good. That won't shake his confidence.
And the rejection by Gafford. Outside Irving. That's in there. Davis with the assist.
Zero hesitation. Irving was all set to go.
And now the latest from our reporter, David Alder.
Kevin, thanks. The Warriors have found something with Draymond Green and Trace Jackson Davis inside. Green says, with the rim protected by Trace, I can just play off instinct and read the game. Jackson Davis says, being able to interchange with him is great. The things he teaches me has helped my game a lot. Kevin?
I'd love to hear those stories. Thanks, David. Here's Irving, following the basket by Stephen Curry. Gafford finds Thompson. Gafford sets the pick for Thompson. Davis in the corner. Some nice passing here by Dallas. Drills the three-pointer. Davis has got 5 points so far.
And the defense will settle for AD shooting threes. Better that than him going inside.
Here's Jackson Davis.
And although an undersized center, more than making up for it with some serious hops.
Here's Gafford. Warriors with the rebound. 34 seconds left here in the first quarter. With the drive and the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Oh, the big fella throwing it down hard.
Washington kicks to Thompson. Gafford inside. Jackson Davis defending. And the three ball is good.
And Thompson thrives in those catch-and-shoot situations.
And the rejection by Gafford. Irving drives in. Here's Davis. Another shot. And still a close game as the first quarter comes to a close. Mavericks lead by 2. And it's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen here, guys, from the Mavericks.
I mean, the rebounding was the difference in that first period. You've got to block these guys out.
Yeah, rebounding can also be just about will, and they showed some of that in going in there and collecting some boards.
So on the floor for Golden State to begin the second quarter. Up front, it's Green at the 4 with Jackson Davis at the 5. Moses Moody is out there with Stephen Curry, and it's Butler in at the 3 slot. Pass to Moody. Outside Butler. To the hoop, Butler. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
First personal foul.
And Jimmy Butler put together, Brent, one of the all-time playoff runs, leading the Heat to the finals in 2023.
Yeah, you don't want to live in or dwell on the past, but man, Miami being the 8th seed that year, Kevin, and with Jimmy putting up 38 a game in that first round against the Bucks. Guy earned the MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals. What a run.
There's the steal. Moody with it, picked up by Thompson. And here they come. Pass to Moody. Back to Jackson Davis. And they're pushing it up. Davis kicks to Washington. Thompson outside. Thompson on the drive. And it goes down 2 points. Thompson's got the lead up to 4 now for Dallas.
Yeah, Thompson can be fast and nimble on the drive, catching him unprepared.
Here's Curry. They kick it out to Green. Poked away. Here's Gafford. And Gafford throws it down.
Excellent on both ends of that play.
Yeah, the steal was sharp, but the slam topped it off.
And we say it time and time again, so I'll repeat it. Have to be careful with the ball, or this is what happens. As a big, once you get position inside, it allows you to fight and come away with a lot of tough boards.
Thompson passes to Gafford. Here's Washington. For this screen on Butler. Back to Gafford. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Davis. And he gets the friendly spin, and that one drops. And now an 8-point Maverick lead.
And this is right around the time when one team might start to pull away.
Yeah, this team is looking to add to the lead, trying to put the other team away, and threatening here.
There's the pick. Here's Butler driving to the basket. Can't cash in from close range. Dallas leading by 8. Gafford kicks to Davis. Gafford sets the pick for Davis. Over Butler. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good.
2 minutes remaining in the first half.
Curry against Irving. To the paint. Now the Warriors moving it up. They could use a bucket. And the slam by Moody.
So many guards that have great handles on the offensive end have great hands on defense too. That time, Steph Curry.
That's going to be over and back. Not watching for the line that time. And eventually, every player, GA, has to grapple with age, realizing they've lost a step or two against the young fellas. And sometimes that is a very slow realization.
Oh, it is, Kevin. Hopefully, by that point, it's less about financial security and more about prolonging the inevitable, simply for the love of the game.
Oh, and they get in the way of the alley-oop. Not to be. Good play defensively. Here's Davis. No good. He missed it. Brings him to 3 for 8 this game. Curry to the rim. Pass to Moody. And stolen by Thompson. Here's Davis. That one's in. Only his 4th make against 9 total shots. And a closer look here at the hustle stats for Dallas.
Right off the bat, they're going after the ball, looking to jump into the passing lanes and create some steals in transition.
Well, one thing that's noticeable is just tremendous energy from everybody, and they put that into their transition play, and all that hustle is paying off.
And hard to decide which was better, the pass, the catch, or the slam.
Oh, there's no wrong answer. Sensational alley-oop. Davis setting the pick for Washington. Gafford gets to Washington. Back to Gafford. Shot clock at 5. Outside for Davis. The Warriors pull it in.
I didn't see that miss coming. I mean, he's usually been money from that range.
It's Curry outside. That shot missing. And so it's the Dallas Mavericks with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. And it's been their... All right, David, thank you. And stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started. And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. You have to like what we're seeing from Davis.
Well, we'll find out if they were able to find an answer for him over the break. He was scoring with ease in that first half.
They're just way too easy out there, and I'm sure Coach is going to make that a priority at halftime.
Kyrie Irving is out there with Klay Thompson. Then it's Anthony Davis. Then there's P.J. Washington. And it's Gafford in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's the 5 to begin the second half for Jason Kidd. Gafford finds Davis. Outside Irving. Davis with a screen on Green. Irving passes to Davis. Now, here's Washington. For 3. And it's Looney with the rebound. And it's Butler with the ball. He'll bring it up for Golden State. It's a 3-point game. Oh, tough play by Butler.
That is a tough 2 right there from Butler. Really his calling card. Rugged play and 100% effort.
With a short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, last season Draymond Green got his three-pointer going again. He said, over the years my shot took a dive. It was in large part because I couldn't get in and out of my hips. They were messed up. It was getting my movement patterns right. Kevin, my hips haven't been the same in years, but Draymond's are good, and now they've made him tough to deal with. Back to you.
Your hips are pretty good, David. I've always said your hip. Floor spacing, always critical. Good point, D.A. The kick out to Irving. Over Moody. And off the front iron, and in it goes. And the Mavericks lead by 3.
Master from the mid-range. You just assume Irving is going to drill that shot every time.
Pass to Curry for the tie. Rebounded by Gafford. Gafford's got his 5th rebound in this one. Washington kicks to Davis. And here is Gafford. Got a piece of it. Outside for Davis. Thompson surveying the floor. No dice from the high post. Warriors trail by 3.
They need a bucket in a big way here to regain some confidence.
A nice shot by Moody. Well, we're into the third quarter, just over 2.5 minutes played. Outside, Davis. In the corner, Irving with it. Davis, the pass to Gafford.
Yeah, good job to take it right out.
The Mavericks shooting their first free throws of the game on this trip to the line.
First team foul.
The first one falls. Dominguez come in for Moses Moody.
Daniel Gafford.
Gafford cans them both. Warriors have gone 3 of 6 in the third quarter, 50% from the field. Irving against Curry.
2 minutes remaining.
Pass to Green. The Mavericks pull it in.
and he's going to have a hard time shaking off that miss. Everything was going right. The dunk was lined up beautifully, but not to be.
And it's Washington missing.
Well, even though he misses that one, the defense has got to talk about that. That's a bad miscue, and you can't give up looks like that all game long.
Shot is good, and the Mavericks lead is cut to just one on the basket from Draymond Green.
Well, Draymond Green with only one thing on his mind when he gets that close, and that's collecting 2 points.
And that's out of bounds. Dallas will retain possession. We've got 1:28 left in the third quarter. Thompson against Kuminga. Back to Davis. It's stolen by Green. Curry looking around. Pass to Kuminga. Back to Curry for the lead. Oh, Curry so accurate from three-point range.
A three-point specialist can't let Curry get any space to fire from the corner. That's a recipe for disaster.
Davis has the open look. Good, and the assist goes to Irving. Davis has got 12 in the game.
Nice answer back there. Love to see the competitor.
Both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance.
Controls the rebound and puts it back up and in. And the Warriors lead by 1.
Looney in the right spot there. Good presence on the inside as he boxes the defense out and sends the ball right up.
And it's Davis missing. Golden State's gone 2 of 3 when they ventured outside the arc in the third quarter. Here's Butler. Look at the attack of Butler in the lane.
Jimmy B doing his work there, challenging in the lane.
Pass to Davis. Gafford sends the pick for Davis. The kick out to Irving. Thompson with it. Davis surveying the floor. Screen by Gafford. And he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. 3 quarters of play in a close game here. Warriors ahead. While we have the chance now, folks, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today, the big fella here with the sweetest of dimes. What a plus it is to have a post player who's got this ability to find.
You know, anytime a guy's in the post and the teammates know he's unselfish, great player movement can create an opportunity just like that.
3/10 quarters behind us. 1 more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the fourth. Setting the floor for the Warriors. The post pair for them. It's Green and Looney. Curry is out there with Kuminga. And it's Butler at the small forward position.
And fighting through the foul that time as AD was able to put that shot up.
Anthony Davis.
And so Anthony Davis nails both of them. The Warriors leading. Now Kuminga. Down low. It's tipped. Stolen by Washington. Now the Mavericks moving it up. A shot by Thompson and no one's around. And you know that's going to be goaltending, guys. So that's a free basket right there.
That's a very close call. I'm sure he thinks it's a clean block, but looks like it was on the way down.
Curry against Irving. Green, the screen. To the inside. Outside, Kuminga. Block at 4. Golden State needs to get off a shot. Offensive rebound. The kick outside to Butler. Ball's knocked loose. And so it's Davis. He'll bring the ball up for the Mavericks. Here in the fourth quarter, the defense has been very strong, allowing no baskets. The Warriors trailing and stolen by Thompson. Outside, Davis. From deep. Some nice passing here by Dallas. On the wing, Thompson. Lock at 6. Pass to Davis. Gafford is screen on Butler. The three from Davis. Connects from three-point range. And the Mavericks lead by 5.
And when Davis is releasing his shot from that high in the air, there's just no way to contest it.
To the middle. Will it go? Here's Looney. Outside for Curry. Green with a screen on Irving. Here's Curry. And again, no good by Golden State. Mavericks leading by 5. Here's Davis. That doesn't go either for Davis.
Well, that's a shot they want just about on every possession if they can get it. He doesn't make them all, but still very much a high percentage look.
And there's the bucket from Kuminga.
And Curry isn't just a lights-out scorer. He's also efficient at moving the ball and getting it to his teammates.
Washington finds Davis. Outside Irving. Davis setting the pick for Irving. In the corner, it's Gafford. Misses the three.
2 minutes.
Warriors trail by 3. Outside Butler. It's to Curry. Curry crashes inside.
And I just love the calm confidence that Steph has in these kind of moments. Give the ball to him, he'll do it to you every time.
Irving kicks to Davis. Produced screen on Green. Davis with it. Now Green defending. Gafford misses. Warriors shooting at 44%. Pretty reasonable. 1:21 left in the fourth quarter. Curry on the wing to take the lead. Curry puts one from the corner.
Fearless. Curry takes on the challenge and gets that big basket to fall.
And he gets the bucket. Irving's got it all tied up now for the Mavericks.
Kyrie coming alive. He does that at this stage of the game.
To the paint, here's Green. Nice move. It drops.
Remember that one, guys, a difference maker.
I'm wondering, is that the biggest shot of the game?
Davis kicks to Thompson. Davis with a screen on Curry. Thompson passes to Davis. Gafford inside. Looney on him. 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Now here's Curry. Green with a screen on Thompson. Curry passes to Green. The kick outside to Butler. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
There are troublemakers out on the court, and Jimmy Butler is one of them, and I mean that as a compliment.
2 shots.
Second one is good. Getting both at the line, and it's a 4-point ball game.
Breathe easy now. The biggest free throws in the game, and he's coming through.
Washington passes to Davis. And it's Looney with the rebound. Here's Green. So it's a narrow victory for the Warriors, pulling out the W. A narrow win under difficult circumstances, Greg, as the visiting team.
It really was, but that didn't seem to bother. I mean, road team, home team, all I know is they were the better team.
Well said. It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David, take it. All right, David, thank you. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Brett Barry, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge.
Their fans are ready, and if this shot from earlier is it, welcome all. Thanks for tuning in. And it's the Suns to start out. Now let's take a look at Phoenix's opening lineup. Booker and Beal are the talented backcourt. Kevin Durant is out there with Bol. And it's Richards in at the 5. Now here's Booker. The three-pointer off the mark.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
And if you're looking for identifiable team mascots, Clark, some say the Mavericks champ, the horse, is near the top of the list.
Yeah, he does get after it. Also, the Mavs man. Dallas is rolling out a couple of iconic figures to keep that crowd on fire.
Now here's Washington. Gafford finds Lively. Back to Gafford. Clock at 6. Here's Davis. Uses the glass on the layup.
He's automatic at the rim with that size and wingspan.
About a minute played here so far in the first. Washington against Booker. Bol, a screen on Washington. And there's the lob. It's tipped. It's stolen by Lively. On the wing, Thompson. Hounded by Beal. Washington passes to Lively. The steal. In transition. Here come the Suns. Outside Durant. Almost 2 minutes into the first here. Pass to Bol. Back to Durant. Just 4 to shoot. Stolen by Davis. Thompson goes in. That one's good for 2. And a breakdown here, guys, of the hustle stats for the Mavericks.
Well, their hands resulting in plenty of steals in the early going, keeping the opposition there off balance.
One other factor today, points off turnover. I mean, let's see if they can keep up the pressure, capitalize off more forced miscues.
You don't want to let them get into a rhythm from out there.
And the slam dunk by Thompson.
When he's moving at full speed, Thompson can be really tricky to handle.
Booker pass to Bol. On the wing, Durant. Pass to Richards. Beal outside. Left side, Durant. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Bol. The kick to Durant. This one for 3. And again, it's Phoenix from deep.
In rhythm, quick trigger, KD at his best.
And here's Thompson. He'll bring it up for the Mavericks. And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Well, Jason Kidd had a few moments to share with me. We talked about how he plans to contain Devin Booker, and Coach said first, we've got to be on him at all times, and second, we can't let him get favorable matchups. He needs our best defenders on him. He's trying to work over screens and stay on top of Booker. That's the name of the game here, guys.
Allie, thank you. Here's Beal, and he drives in. Deflected! And first quarter, we're about 3.5 minutes in. To the left wing. Gafford with a screen on Beal. It's Lively with a drive. Out to Thompson. Gafford to screen. Thompson passes to Lively. Off target with the 3.
He had more than enough room to hit that. Just couldn't make it happen.
Pass to Beal. Outside Durant. Inside, Richards. Ooh, good finish at the rack off the slick feed.
Well, you can rely on Durant to do it all. I mean, he'll produce on his own, but he also works really hard to find his team shots as well.
Now here's Davis. To the middle. Here's Gafford. And the dunk by Gafford.
The BA, when he gets the rim in his sights, it's tough to stop.
So aggressive and a determined finisher. Nice.
And guys, I like the fact that he chose the one-hand tomahawk slam because you get a little higher when you go off one hand and one foot. Boy, defense non-existent there, but they catch a break as he whiffs it.
Gafford finds Lively. Back to Gafford. Goes up on the baseline. Thompson passes to Davis. Gafford the screen. Takes a 13-footer. And the shot falls short that time.
Couldn't quite line that one up. Just got to shake it off and move on to the next one.
So at the end of one quarter of play, still a close game. Mavericks ahead. They lead by a bucket. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after this first quarter of play. And before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen from the Mavericks?
It's simple. The main takeaway from the first quarter is they're winning this game with defense.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look at the energy, the effort defensively. They put it all out there in that opening quarter.
We've got Davis, P.J. Washington out there with Klay Thompson. Then there's Derek Lively, and it's Gafford in at the center position, locking down the middle. So that's who Dallas starts the second with. The Suns trailing, outside Jones. Out to Beal. Allen outside. Grant, there are such intense rivalries at the college level. Do any of those carry over to the NBA?
Oh, BA, they sure do. I was part of some serious college rivalries. There was a lot of trash talk with the guys on the other side. It didn't stop that much after we got to the NBA.
Gafford passes to Washington. He drops it from range. Washington's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for three.
Boy, he's a stretch forward now with a dangerous outside shot. Washington loves letting that one fly from there.
That shot is good by O'Neal.
Well orchestrated, and then the pass is right on the money.
Washington drives in. Pass to Davis. And it's stolen by Plumlee. And the Suns pushing it up now. Here's O'Neal. And that misses. That would have put him up.
Everything right except the finish. Have to keep focused all the way through the play.
Outside Davis. Gafford the screen. Davis down low. He's covered by O'Neal. Davis misses. Here's Allen. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
Sensational ball movement there. When you pass the ball like that, good things happen.
Davis down low. He's against Allen. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot two. Well, Clark, the first 9 years of his career, he played mostly power forward. But over the last three, Anthony Davis playing a lot of center.
And I think his game has become more focused on staying in the paint, which is where he's dominant. He's added tons of strength over the years. He's using that to his advantage. He's always been one of the special players in the league, in my opinion. And he's still one of the top 15 guys in the league for sure.
And finished off by Bol.
With Bol's wingspan, you will not find a higher percentage play.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Bradley Beal is settling in as one of multiple stars in Phoenix. He said, it's been an adjustment for sure. You go from being very ball dominant to now you share the dominance. And it's a sacrifice and also an adjustment of learning a totally different role. Ryan, he says it's a process, but one he embraces.
Good point. Thanks, Allie.
And just a classic pump fake move. I mean, Booker wants the defender to make a mistake and foul.
And a moment to check out the scoring breakdown for the Suns.
You know, so far in this one, these guys have been knocking it down from distance. You've got to like their confidence as this game continues. They're on a nice roll.
They've also been quick to set up their teammates, wasting no time making the extra pass for the open look.
Kevin Durant, he's checked in for Phoenix. Jones comes in for Bradley Beal. The Suns lead by 4. Durant, pass to Jones. Here's Plumlee. It's tipped. Washington outside. Pass to Gafford. On the wing, Davis. Lively with a screen on Durant. Davis on the take. Here's Gafford. That's in there. Davis with the assist. Gafford's got his second basket.
Simply found the open man there because he read the defense. Well done by Davis.
Bol, pass to Durant. And no good. Dallas has gone 1 of 4 from three-point land here in the second. Here's Thompson. Oh, Klay Thompson with the bounce. Get up, Klay.
A fearless dunk by Thompson, showing the defense they can't force him to back off.
And there's the call on Devin Booker. That's his first foul.
I love great defense. Just quick to establish his feet, and he takes the hit.
And not afraid to put his body on the line either. He took a shot for the team in that situation.
Richards is checked in for the Suns. Beal comes in for Jones. And it's a defensive 3-second violation. Dallas shooting their third free throw shot of the game.
And, you know, there was plenty of blame to go around for that. I mean, it wasn't just one or two guys. I mean, for the most part, the entire team struggled.
And the technical free throw is good. 50 seconds left in the second quarter. Gafford with a screen on Booker. Washington passes to Thompson. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And Gafford gets it to go on the assist by Lively. Gafford's gotten 4 this quarter. Booker looking around. Bol, a screen on Washington. For 3, Booker. Phoenix no good that time either. The Mavericks lead by 3. Washington passes to Gafford. 19 seconds left in the second period. Intercepted.
If they take their time, this will be the final possession of the quarter.
Yeah, they've got to hold for the last shot here.
Now Washington with 1 on the clock. And no good. Trying to get that one to fall. And a pretty tightly contested game here as we end the first half. The Mavericks on top, up by 3. Okay, Allie, appreciate it. And folks, we'll be back after halftime to begin the third quarter. In that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. One of the stories here, Klay Thompson. Man, is he getting it done today?
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
And you know what? They've come at him a few different ways defensively, and nothing has slowed him down.
On the floor for Phoenix, Booker and Beal are the talented backcourt. Bol out there with Nick Richards, and it's Durant in at the 3. Bol, a screen on Thompson. Back to Bol. Outside for Booker. Devin Booker for 3.
Yes, so good to see Booker knocking down the corner triple. A go-to scorer with considerable range.
Outside Davis. Gafford with a screen on Durant. To the paint. Offensive rebound. Thompson outside. Gafford with a screen on Beal. Thompson. Again, the miss by Dallas. Phoenix has gone 4 of 8 from 3. A nice percentage.
Analytics already don't favor the mid-range jumper, let alone against exceptional defense.
Washington outside. Pass to Lively. Phoenix grabs the miss. Bol's got his 6th rebound on the night. Booker, the pass to Richards for the lead. Outside Bol. Throws it up high. Stolen by Davis. Thompson outside. Lively passes to Washington. Clock at 6. Shoots over Booker. And it's Washington missing. Washington's gone just 1 for 4 so far. You know, Clark, 2024 saw Anthony Davis make his return to the All-Star game.
And really, B.A., such a pleasure to see him back on the court, healthy and producing. That's not been an issue. The issue has been him being hurt and not being able to be on the court. But he's a perennial all-star when he's healthy and playing and doing exactly what he's done throughout his career at both ends, be a dominant center.
Thompson goes up. Gafford passes to Davis. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead. And that one goes in as he's fouled. It'll be 3 points if he converts the free throw. O'Neal, he's checked in for Bowl. And he'll be shooting his first free throw. And the free throw, no good.
I don't think you could design a better scorer than Durant. I mean, range from deep, the touch at the rim, excellent handle, 7 feet tall. He does everything you want from your first option.
Booker attacking. Pass to Richards. Outside Durant. Takes the three. Lively grabs the miss. The Mavericks trailing.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
Gafford finds Washington for the lead. And Dallas hits again from deep.
Well, Washington's a very capable shooter now. And what I like about him is he takes good shots.
Booker, the pass to O'Neal. Booker against Washington. It's stolen by Washington. Here's Thompson. Clay busting it up inside.
Well, we know Thompson always wired to score, but right now it even seems to be coming easier for him.
Gafford with the block. Neal against Thompson to the left side wing. Outside Davis. Pass to Thompson. Back to Davis. 6 to shoot. Dallas needs to get off a shot. 3, Gafford. The Suns clear it.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Durant with it. Now Thompson defending. And out of bounds, the Mavericks will take it. A different look for Phoenix. Plumlee's checked in for Richards. Allen comes in for Durant. And Tyus Jones subbed in for Booker.
Tyus Jones.
And here's Dallas. It's been 8 unanswered for them. Here's Gafford. And the dunk by Gafford.
Boy, an excellent passer for a big man. P.J. Washington's floor awareness, impressive.
Suns trail by 6. Jones feels it out. Pass to Beal. Back to Jones. Beyond the arc. Gafford grabs the miss.
Yeah, they just can't seem to end the drought no matter where they shoot it from.
And, you know, they've got to be careful, because this is when the team concept breaks down and guys start playing hero ball.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Here's Washington. Plumlee pulls down the board. Plumlee's got 4 rebounds now. Pass to Jones. Back to O'Neal. Plumlee, a screen on Davis. For 3, O'Neal. It's stolen by Lively. And that'll do it for the third quarter. Dallas on top, leading by 6. And don't go away. We'll be back in a few moments. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
Now, I know he's a big man, but he's got some point guard in him if he's making passes like this.
Hey, that was a high-level pass no matter what position it came from. But it does make it stand out a little more when it's made by the big fella.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we'll start the fourth in what is still anybody's ball game. Derek Lively is out there with Anthony Davis. Then it's Daniel Gafford, then it's Washington, and it's Thompson in a shooting guard. That's the lineup in the game for Dallas. Here's Davis. Davis getting it done in the paint. All right, a look at how the hustle game has been going for the Mavericks.
Yeah, they've collected an impressive number of steals so far, using fast hands to force some turnovers and then scoring on the other end.
And, you know, they've been stupendous challenging shots and protecting the rim. Their block numbers really reinforce what we've seen from them in terms of rim protection.
Suns trail by 8. Outside O'Neal, pass to Booker. Plumlee a screen. Shoots. And a big bounce off the rim, but it sinks right in.
Awfully tough play to defend. When you honor the roller, Booker just takes advantage.
Here's Gafford. The Suns clear it. Outside Booker. Pass to Jones. Outside Bull. Plumlee a screen. Bull with it. Gafford picks him up. And Gafford with the block. Thompson passes to Davis. AD doing what he does.
High above the rim. Not many guys have that kind of length and verticality. I mean, Davis, one of the very few.
Can't ask for a better look with the game in the balance.
Here's Thompson. Doesn't go for him. Booker with the defensive effort. O'Neal inside. Check by Davis. Jones, the pass to Booker. Bull, the screen on Thompson. For three, Booker connects from downtown. Now just a three-point Maverick lead.
And I like how Booker is selective taking threes. Makes it count when he does take one.
Lively inside. Working on Jones. Lively with a screen on Bull. Out to the right wing. Gafford against Plumlee. And it's Gafford missing. Suns trail by 3. Outside Bull. Pass to Jones. To tie it up. Right side O'Neal. Lets the three fly. Nails it from beyond the arc.
Cool, calm, and collected at a critical juncture in this game.
On the wing, Thompson. Booker defending. Up top, Davis. To the inside. Out to Thompson. Lively with a screen on Booker. 4 on the clock. Here's Thompson. Goes back up. And Lively with the lay-in. It's good. Lively's gotten his first points in this one.
Second chance points are always painful. Have to make the effort to box out.
Hey, guys standing around spectating, I mean, you got to get in there and get tough.
Pass to Jones. Outside Bull. Booker against Thompson. Ooh, against inside resistance. Booker's still good.
Huge, man. I mean, the defense knows what Booker's capable of, but cannot get a stop.
And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Lively. Some changes for Phoenix. Richards is checked in for Plumlee. Durant comes in for O'Neal. And it's Beal in for Jones. And it's Phoenix's ball. They're on a 12-4 run. Over to the wing. It's Booker on the wing. He's guarded by Washington. Three-pointer. Beal. Oh, the trifecta!
He's such a clutch shooter. He just lives for the big shot.
Pass to Lively. Gafford the screen. Down low. And it's Phoenix with the rebound.
Not sure if he just ran out of gas or what. He's been awful ever since the second half started. Not even been a factor.
Richards, high post. Lively's there. Back to Beal. Bull, screen on Thompson. And he's going for the oop here. Stolen by Davis.
And looking to even the score with a huge three.
You don't want to force it, though. Still need to get a quality look.
Thompson finishes in transition. Good execution.
You've got to box out on the boards. When you don't, that's what happens.
Now here's Booker. So it's the Suns taking the W in a close one. And this was an emotional win for them. No doubt about it.
Just a fantastic accomplishment. You love how they just diffuse the energy in this arena.
Well, now we have some time to check. All right, Allie, thank you. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Clark Kellogg, this is Brian Anderson.
Thanks for joining us here on 2K Sport. There should be plenty of action down in the painted area tonight, Greg, with the big man matchup in this one.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
Now, a look at Dallas's starting lineup. They've got Anthony Davis. Thompson is out there with Kyrie Irving. Then there's Daniel Gafford. And it's Washington in at the small forward position. It's Davis on the wing. Irving looking over the floor. Davis setting the pick for Washington. Trying to find Davis. He's got it now. Shot clock at 6. In the corner, it's Gafford. No good from outside. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
I was able to talk with Kenny Atkinson for a minute. Now, when it came to Kyrie Irving, Coach said trying to contain him tonight won't be easy. He told me Kyrie is a fantastic player, but I feel confident that our guys will be all over him tonight. Pretty strong words, guys.
Thank you, David. And here is Davis after Darius Garland getting his shot to go from deep. Stolen by Mitchell. Garland finds Mitchell. Some nice passing by Cleveland here. Back to Allen. Second chance shot. Pass to Strus. The kick out to Mobley. Down low. It's stolen by Davis. And here we go with Davis heading to the hoop. And finished off by Davis.
And there aren't many guys who can take over a game like Davis. Defense leading to offense all by himself.
And Doris, the Cavs had a very successful 23-24 season. 47 wins and the number 4 seed in the East.
And Kevin winning a playoff series, their first one without LeBron James since 1993. Most of the players on the floor weren't even alive back then. Incredible to think of it in that context.
Mitchell against Thompson. Strus in the corner. Mobley sets the pick for Strus. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. And last season, Max Strus hit that ridiculous 59-footer. Remember that, Doris? That was to beat the Mavericks.
How could we forget that shot, Kevin? It was the second longest game-winning buzzer beater in league history. And what gets overlooked, Strus was 5 for 5 from deep in the last few minutes of that game. Boy, the missed free throw there, keeping this game at even. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them.
The Cavaliers trail by 3. Outside Garland. Pass to Strus. For 3, Mitchell gets it to go from beyond the arc.
Donovan Mitchell will answer with his own 3. This guy has got a ton of pride and competitiveness.
For the screen on Mobley. Here's Davis. That's his second shot and his second basket. He's 2 for 2.
Good way to start this game. You want to get him rolling as early as possible.
He's a guy who, if he gets hot, he can carry your offense for long stretches.
And with the offense getting right to the rim, at least they saved the layup.
Cleveland shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the night.
Boy, no question, Evan Mobley is brimming with potential, and you love his attitude, his work ethic. This guy, the sky's the limit.
DeAndre Hunter, he's checked in for Max Strus. Spencer Dinwiddie's checked in for Dallas. Now here's Davis, and the foul called on Donovan Mitchell. That is his first foul of the game. And the Cavaliers making a change here. Okoro's checked in. Then for the Mavericks, Derek Lively, he's checked in for Daniel Gafford. Marshall comes in for P.J. Washington. Christie subbed in for Klay Thompson. Jared Allen grabs the miss. Allen's got 4 rebounds in this game. On the wing, Dinwiddie, covered by Okoro. Dinwiddie's shot is off. And so Garland will bring it up for the Cleveland Cavaliers. To the left side wing. Okoro finds Hunter. 5 to shoot. Hunter sets a screen for Garland. Puts up a 3. Christie with the rebound.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
Marshall gets the bucket.
This guy reads situations so well, and he knows how to execute.
The Cavaliers trailing. Here's Hunter, and he drives in, and it's Hunter with the jam.
And what I admire about Hunter is that opportunistic attitude. This kid just makes things happen.
The shot's good. Davis has got 6.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range. Well, that's why they're in front. Aggressive play at both ends. Nicely done.
Garland kicks to Hunter. And it's Hunter with the jam.
And boy, when Hunter's aggressive, good things seem to happen for him and his team.
Pass to Christie. Outside, Davis. No good that time. Anthony Davis firing on all cylinders for the Dallas Mavericks. He notched 8 points in the quarter and has that terrific basket. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even so far on the scoreboard. And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for the Mavericks.
They are committed to running the floor in this one, relying on their speed to get a lot of points off the fast break.
The other thing they've done a great job of so far is getting offense off of their defense, forcing turnovers, then quickly converting.
On the floor for Dallas, we've got Derek Lively. Kyrie Irving is out there with Spencer Dinwiddie. Then there's Christie, and it's Marshall in at the power forward position. On its way from Irving for 2. It's good from the top of the key.
Unbelievable release from Kyrie. Boy, shot ready on the catch.
Hunter the screen. Jerome passes to Hunter, and it's Hunter with the jam.
And those plays can make a difference in a game like this.
Well, you know it's going to fire up, Greg, everybody on that bench.
Well, credit him for going for it, not settling, saying, I'm going to attack.
Irving for 3. Offensive rebound. Pass to Marshall. Launches a 3. That's in. He's got 2 made now, and he's shooting 2 for 3.
He might not have the long-range ability of some other guys, but he will knock down open ones like that.
Mavericks leading by 3. Irving passes to Christie. Dinwiddie kicks to Irving. Inside, out to the right wing. Dallas moving it around. Out of bounds. Cleveland will take possession. So, Doris, here's a question for you. Should the NBA widen the court? Because the corner 3 now is such a staple in these offenses.
That's exactly right. One of the most coveted, Kevin, because the proximity of the shot is so desirable. Here's what we know unequivocally. There's no way they're going to widen the court because it would take out some of the money-making courtside seats. That's not happening.
On the wing, Irving. 2 minutes now played in the second quarter. Marshall passes to Lively. Hunter against Edwards. Marshall sets a screen for Edwards. Dallas needs to get off a shot. Oh, and the jam by Marshall.
The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA, the lead is what it is right now.
I'll tell you, you can't get stops if you're unwilling to put in the work.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball. Here's Williams. And the Mavericks get another bucket right there. We're just over 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Pass to Okoro. Now, here's Strus. To the paint. It's stolen by Edwards. Here's Marshall. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. That's on DeAndre Hunter. The Mavericks shooting their first free throws of the game.
And taking a look at the numbers on the season, they've converted about 77% of those foul shots.
Catching up on the changes for Cleveland. Allen's checked in for Hunter. Donovan Mitchell comes in for Isaac Okoro. And it's Garland in for Ty Jerome. Then for the Mavericks, Daniel Gafford's checked in for Jarek Lively. Anthony Davis comes in for Edwards. And it's Klay Thompson in for Williams. For the screen on Garland. They get it back. Irving against Garland. Gafford sets the pick for Irving. Dallas no good that time either.
I'm sure he's kicking himself. He hates to blow that kind of opportunity.
Garland kicks to Mobley. Garland finds Mobley. Here's Davis knifing inside. Stolen by Mitchell. It's Strus on the wing. Kicks it out to Garland. Pass to Allen. Rebounded by Gafford.
Boy, 9 times out of 10, that's going in. I'm sure he surprised himself with the miss.
And it's slammed in by Davis.
And he'll get a head of steam when there's that much of a lane. You can't get in AD's way.
Garland, the pass to Allen. And there's another turnover by the Cavaliers. And the Mavericks with some changes. B.J. Washington comes in for Najee Marshall. And it's Williams in for Kyrie Irving. Thompson, left side. Stolen by Mitchell. Here's the break. Here's Garland. And a great assist by Allen as that one goes in.
Okay, Jared Allen, we see you making that look for a big man. That's a pretty pass.
Gafford misses.
I'll tell you, most of the time this guy's going to finish that, but that was tremendous defense that prohibits him from completing the play.
Mobley sets the pick for Garland. Down low. And Mobley throws it down.
This guy's is something Garland does so well. Excellent reading defenses, exploiting them in the pick and rolls. That is nicely done.
For the screen on Mobley. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. Mavericks lead by 2. And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is standing by courtside. David. Thank you, David. And we'll be right back after halftime to start the third quarter. See you in just a bit. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. You know, Davis has been exceptional here, guys.
Man, he's been running wild on them through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
Boy, he has been shouldering the load. Aggressive, skilled, talented, and thus far unstoppable.
Mitchell and Strus are your wingmen. A lot of length inside. It's Mobley and Allen in the post. And it's Garland in at the point guard position. That's the group starting the second half for Kenny Atkinson. And the second free throw, good. Here's Irving. Outside, Davis. In the corner, it's Gafford. No good, shot missing. Excellent D there from Allen. Cleveland's gone 3 of 5 from beyond the arc so far tonight. Allen with the screen for Mitchell. For the lead. Four on the clock. And Davis sends it back.
What a play by Davis. You think you can get it over me? Nuh-uh. Not on my watch.
Thompson finds Davis. Oh, Davis absorbing the contact.
Coming off a big game, his confidence couldn't be higher, and Coach knows that.
Well, the best players, to me, deliver night after night after night. So as long as he's hot, keep riding it.
Here's Strus. To the middle. And Mobley throws it down.
The ease with which the game comes to Evan Mobley. My goodness, it's fun watching this guy play above the rim.
Outside, Davis. Pass to Irving. Back to Davis. Some nice passing here by Dallas. Davis with a screen on Garland. The 15-footer. Irving misses. The Cavaliers trailing. Outside Garland. And here's Strus for three. And it's Klay Thompson with the rebound. The Mavericks have gone 1 of 3 since starting the second half. Gafford passes to Thompson. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation.
Boy, not on the same page there. And in a possession ball game, that's a big mistake.
Here's Garland. He has 5. It's Strus on the wing. He's covered by Washington. And Allen slams it in.
Jared Allen has length and athleticism, and that's an easy opportunity. Wow.
And Thompson kicks to Irving. Washington against Strus. With his first shot attempt, Cavaliers with the rebound. Mitchell outside. Mobley outside. Allen inside. Washington's on him. Allen, that's good. Allen's got the lead up to 3 now for the Cavs.
Boy, that's a little bit of toughness and concentration. Jared Allen under duress of the defense. Nicely done.
Gafford sets the pick for Davis. Lets it fly from 18. Will not go. This is off the front iron. For Cleveland, they've gone 3 of 5 to start the second half, developing a nice rhythm out there. Mitchell passes to Allen. And slam dunk by Allen.
Oh, he just punches that one down with a fury.
Rubs it in a little deeper with the hanging finish. When Donovan Mitchell, Greg, is on the floor, he is the offense.
Yeah, and that goes beyond just his ridiculous scoring. It gets overlooked that he's also a skilled passer. So one way or another, Mitchell is finding points out there.
Kicks it out to Garland. Back to Allen. Shoots over Gafford. Tried to bank it in, but he misses. Mavericks trail by 5. Right side, Davis. Strus against Washington to end the drought. And a rebound goes to the Cavaliers. Allen's got 11 rebounds in the game. Allen, a screen on Irving. Garland kicks to Mobley. And the 3 off target. And so it's Irving. He brings it up for the Dallas Mavericks. Thompson outside. Davis setting the pick for Thompson. And there's the call on Klay Thompson. That's his first foul.
Yeah, you don't see those over and back calls too often because they're just so easy to avoid.
Right. It doesn't happen often. It's kind of a silly mistake. We'll see if they can make up for it on the defensive end.
Hunter's checked in for Cleveland. And then for Dallas. Derek Lively, he's checked in for Daniel Gafford. Marshall comes in for P.J. Washington. And Spencer Dinwiddie subbed in for Kyrie Irving. 5 on the clock. Hunter, a 3. Good, and the assist goes to Mitchell. Mitchell's got 3 assists now in this one.
Man, the defense has to recognize this. Hunter is a legit threat to shoot off the catch.
Lively a screen on Mobley. And so it's Cleveland holding on to an 8-point lead heading into the break. And they've done a phenomenal job. And while we can now, let's take a look at today's State Farm assist of the game.
And he may not be known as a pass-first guy playing out of the 2-guard spot, but he shows here that he can dole out an assist or 2 when he needs to.
Well, having multiple playmakers on the floor makes you a much tougher team to defend.
Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. So with Davis sitting on the bench, here's the 5 for Jason Kidd right now. We've got Spencer Dinwiddie. He's out there with Irving. Derek Lively is out there with Christie. And it's Marshall in at the 4. To the inside. Here's Hunter. Here's Thompson. And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact.
Well, Thompson just a spectacular athlete and so muscular. He is so crafty on how he draws fouls while shooting.
And he's good on the second. Mavericks trail by 6. Pass to Lively. Irving against Hunter. Now Marshall. Irving with the ball. There's a screen. Down low. Stolen by Garland. Thompson with it. Guarded now by Marshall. Back to Thompson. Kicks it out to Garland. Pass to Thompson. And it's Thompson with the jam.
Thompson's athleticism allows him to finish with power.
The Mavericks shooting at 48% from the floor. Looking good. The kick out to Irving. Here's Christie. Here's Dinwiddie. Here's Christie. Dallas moving it around. Outside Irving. Pass to Christie. From deep three-point land. They get the rebound. And here is Marshall. Here's Christie. Kicks it out to Dinwiddie. Lively sends a screen for Marshall. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. The Cavaliers leading by 8. Strus with it. Pass to Thompson. Back to Strus. And he can't extend the lead to double digits. The Mavericks have gone 1 of 5 from the field here in the fourth. A lot of misses, just the one make. Stolen by Garland. Here's Jerome. Dinwiddie covering. Thompson finds Strus. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
Second team.
Guys, what do you think about the offensive approach so far that we've seen for the Cavaliers?
I'm in love with how they're moving the basketball all game long, and also their ability to move without the ball. That style just makes it so difficult to defend.
And the other thing, guys, that they've been very effective at is shooting the long-range jumpers. The defense has been having trouble closing out to them in this game in particular.
Looking at who's out there now for the Cavaliers. Jared Allen's checked in for Tristan Thompson. Mobley comes in for DeAndre Hunter. And Donovan Mitchell subbed in for Ty Jerome. Garland the pass to Mobley. And Mobley throws it down.
Evan Mobley understanding he's got a rhythm. He just keeps attacking. The answer is not yet there for this defense.
Here's Irving. Gafford passes to Washington. Davis looking for an opening. Shot clock at 5. In the corner, it's Gafford. Mitchell outside. And it's Mitchell with the jam.
Oh, my goodness. A force from Donovan Mitchell off his feet in a hurry.
And Davis wide open. He shoots. Good, and the assist goes to Irving. 14 points for Anthony Davis. Outside Garland. Mobley outside. Back to Garland. Pass to Mobley. Cleveland with a fresh shot clock. And there's the call on Klay Thompson. That's foul number 2 for him. .111 left here in the fourth quarter. Garland kicks to Strus. Those three-pointers off the mark. Mavericks trail by 8. A shot by Washington, and he's wide open. Shoots the 3. It counts. Oh, and that cuts the lead to just 5.
And I like Davis's decision-making. Fantastic. Always great at understanding when to move the ball.
14 foul. At the line for Cleveland.
He hits the first one, and that increases their lead to 6. And he hits both free throws here. So now it's a 7-point game.
Well, we know this. Free throw shooting is such a mental aspect of the game. This guy keeps his composure and comes through.
Fires at the elbow. It falls!
Huge bucket from Kyrie. Knows how to deliver.
And they are in the driver's seat.
Yes, they are. If they come away with points on this trip, Katie barred the door.
Stolen by Mitchell. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Oh, my goodness! What a play!
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
And as a result, they may be facing just a little bit less resistance right now. They are having their way.
Diversified scoring in this one for them.
I love when everyone can get involved, a full team effort.
Mitchell feeling it out a bit. Sinks the triple. We see the Cavaliers get the win here. It was a fantastic ball game, and they did a great job making sure it didn't get away from them late.
Yeah, I mean, they faced some challenges, but really held firm when they needed to. On both ends, it's just a
Welcome to 2K Sports. We have the NBA coming up. The three-point shot, so important in today's NBA and a major part of the game plan, Greg, for both of these teams.
And we can expect to see a high volume of shots from beyond the arc in this one. I'm looking for whichever squad is able to create more havoc and throw the opposing shooters off their rhythm.
So with Irving on the bench, here's the 5 for Jason Kidd right now. Klay Thompson is out there with Williams. Then it's Derek Lively. Then it's Anthony Davis. And it's Gafford in its center. Now Davis. After the missed 3 from Klay Thompson. 4 on the shot clock. Dallas needs to get off a shot. Lively's shot is off. And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Well, Kevin, Steve Kerr gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. Now, when asked about the game plan on Anthony Davis, Coach said, we have to do our best to keep him out of the paint. Now, that's where he's most effective. If he beats us with his jump shot, well, we can live with that. Interior defense will be put to the test. Guys?
Thank you, David. Davis against Butler. And the wide open shot from Green. Oh, good with the triple.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
Richard, when it comes to Draymond Green, we know about his defense, but what does he give you offensively?
I think it starts with his passing. Not many big men can do what he does the way he does it. And especially effective when he's hitting the 3-ball, stretching the floor, allowing for more space for his shooters.
Driving in, and denied. He sends it right off the glass. Here's Podziemski, covered by Gafford. And the rejection by Gafford. Tries again. The shot by Curry, no good.
And you gotta give credit to the D for never giving up on the play and doing just enough to bother him at the rim.
Here's Lively, and finished off by Lively.
Rate of baskets assisted, it's a stat I really like. It tells the story of how well you are playing team offense.
The Mavericks have gone 2 of 6 from the field. Outside, Davis. It's stolen by Green. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here.
At all times, he's on the court. Green is active and physical. He loves being in the middle of the action.
And the Mavericks making a change here. Washington's checked in. Both free throws good from Green. Richard, we know that not many teams have had steady core players like the Warriors have had over the past decade.
Well, there's so much player movement these days, and it's hard to keep any roster intact, let alone a superstar team like Golden State.
Now here's Thompson. Washington sets the pick for Davis. Trying to find Washington. Gets it to him. Here's Gafford. Davis gets a wide open look. Good on the triple. Davis has got 6.
Just some quick thinking from AD. Doesn't want to give the D any time to react. Just catch it and shoot it.
Curry finds Green. Golden State moving it around. Curry with it. To the paint. And Green slams it in.
How about the execution inside by Green? He's excellent at knowing when to attack down low.
Now here's Gafford. Jackson Davis defending. Gafford is screen on Green. Here's Davis. It's hauled in by Jackson Davis. Warriors have gotten 3 of 8 shots to fall for them here in the first quarter. Here's Butler. Nothing on the board. And Curry has it in the corner. The shot's good on the assist by Butler.
A 3-point specialist can't let Curry get any space to fire from the corner. That's a recipe for disaster.
Now, here's Gafford. And there's the foul. It goes on Jimmy Butler. That is his first foul of the game. Different look here for the Warriors. Jonathan Kuminga. He's checked in for Draymond Green. Gary Payton comes in for Trace Jackson Davis. Moody's checked in for Brandon Podziemski. And Hield subbed in for Curry. Then for the Mavericks, Edwards, he's checked in for Daniel Gafford. Marshall comes in for Anthony Davis. And Kyrie Irving subbed in for Williams. Derek Lively, he's checked in for Dallas. Healed against Irving. No one near Payton as he lets it go. And it's off from three-point range.
Well, Thompson is known for that shooting ability, but deserves more recognition for his defense. He's got the size, the lateral quickness, and most importantly, the desire defensively.
Different look here for the Warriors. Trace Jackson Davis is checked in for Gary Payton. Draymond Green comes in for Kuminga. Podziemski, he's checked in for Moses Moody. And Curry subbed in for Hield.
Zero fear in Green's game. Loves mixing it up down low.
Out of bounds, Golden State takes possession. Spencer Dinwiddie's checked in for Klay Thompson.
Maverick Suns, number 26, Spencer Dinwiddie.
Warriors leading by 3. Now Curry. Pass to Jackson Davis. And down it goes, jamming that one home.
Oh, he just punches that one down with a fury.
He rubs it in a little deeper with the hanging finish. Back to Irving. And so the first quarter is in the books. Warriors lead by 5. The second quarter coming up right after this break, so don't go anywhere. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And a chance now to catch up on some numbers here. The hustle stats for the Warriors.
The enthusiasm they've brought to their defense so far is something else. Going after shooters and really hustling to get their hands on shots.
And so far, just a great job forcing turnovers and creating opportunities in the open floor. The defense at the heart of that.
Some kind of shooting in the backcourt for him. It's Curry and Hield. Looney out there with Kuminga. And it's Payton in at the 3 spot. That's the group for the Golden State Warriors to start the second quarter. Hield, the pass to Looney, and he uses both hands to jam it in.
Oh, and he went for the two-hander on the slam, using some muscle.
Some urgency from him there, sure. Richard with Buddy Hield, we're talking about one of the best shooters in the NBA.
No question, he is a marksman. He's going to have to be a mercenary, though. He is the type of an outside threat that every team needs. I don't care what the offensive system is, Buddy Hield will find a way to score.
Different look here for the Warriors. Trace Jackson Davis is checked in for Looney. Green comes in for Jonathan Kuminga. Jimmy Butler, he's checked in for Payton. And it's Brandon Podziemski in for Buddy Hield. Now Marshall. After the missed 3 from Stephen Curry. Lively finds Dinwiddie. Back to Lively. Warriors with the rebound. Outside Curry. And it's Podziemski in the corner. Pass to Jackson Davis. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
He gives up a bit of size at the center position, but his leaping ability, well, let's just say that makes up for it.
And it's good for 2. Lively's got his second bucket.
Ooh, that's a clever pass there by Kyrie, getting the ball to the guy for the better look.
Second quarter of play with around 2 minutes gone so far. Here's Podziemski. Now here's Curry to the middle. Here's Jackson Davis.
Oh, nice feed. You can see how Curry makes their offense flow, even when he's not scoring.
Washington gets to Dinwiddie. Lively sends a screen for Dinwiddie. Basket is good. That's his 6th attempt and his 3rd make.
Used the pick to perfection and got all the way to the rim.
Warriors leading by 4. Pass to Podziemski. Analytics or the eye test? The optics or the numbers in front, Greg? When you're judging the performance of a player, what kind of criteria do you use?
Well, an MVP candidate recently said, my eye test tells me this guy's a terrible defender, but the analytics tell me he's a great defender. I'm confused, and I often feel the same way.
Fields checked in for the Warriors, and the Mavericks will go for a different look here. Daniel Gafford's checked in for Washington. Davis comes in for Najee Marshall. Thompson, he's checked in for Spencer Dinwiddie, and it's Williams in for Irving. Now, here's Gafford. Shoots over Jackson Davis. Count it, and the Warrior lead has been cut down to 4 on the bucket from Gafford.
I like the intention, the focus, finding a way to make it work inside.
Out to the wing. Here's Jackson Davis. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
First personal foul.
The Warriors have gone 2 for 2 in the game at the line. And the first one drops.
Trace Jackson Davis.
Jackson Davis. Hits them both. There's a minute 34 left in the first half. Gafford passes to Davis. Thompson outside. The 3. Thompson with the 3.
And this is Thompson's calling card, an exceptional shooter from downtown.
Inside. And the rebound goes to the Mavericks.
And you can see the defenders afraid to kind of get in his way a lot of times when he's on his way to the basket. But on that one, they were there.
Pass to Lively. Williams with the ball. Now here's Davis. 6 on the shot clock. Back to Lively. He trains it as the shot clock ticks down. And it's now only a 1-point Warrior lead. The Warriors have gone 4 of 7 from the field in this second quarter so far. Shot by Hield, nobody around. Hangs home the trifecta. Hield's got his first 3 points of the game.
The corner is the shortest 3 by distance, so for someone like Hield, that is easy money.
Thompson passes to Gafford. And the rebound goes to the Warriors. Jackson Davis has got 4 rebounds in this game. And here is Butler. Still yet to score. Pass to Jackson Davis. Butler with the ball. Back to Jackson Davis. Gafford with the steal. So that'll be it for the first half. Fairly even battle underway in this one. Warriors ahead, leading by 4. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. Okay, David, much appreciated. And now time for halftime. So we'll be back in just a bit to get the third quarter underway. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, the second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams try to gain an edge. So with Irving on the bench, here's the 5 for Jason Kidd right now. We've got Williams. Anthony Davis is out there with Derek Lively. And there's Klay Thompson. And it's Gafford in at the 5 down low. It's rebounded by Golden State. Jackson Davis has got rebound number 5 here tonight. Green, and the layup's good off the glass. Green's got the lead up to 6 now for the Warriors.
Oh, nice pass by Butler. He can be tricky to defend because he can take the shot or give it up just as easily.
Williams passes to Davis. And here we go. Butler heading to the hoop. And Davis sends it back. It's tipped. Dives for it, and it goes out of bounds. That one off Butler. So it's the Mavericks now. Arguably one of the best bigs of his generation, Anthony Davis. I know you admire his game.
Well, he takes over the game on both ends of the floor. You would look at a Tim Duncan, a Kevin Garnett, a guy that can beat you with 5 blocks, or a guy that can dominate the post and score 25 a night.
And with a little over a minute gone, the second half is underway. Warriors leading by 6. Here's Pajemski. It's to Curry. Lock at 6. And that one is off. Excellent D there from Williams. Thompson surveying the floor. High post, Davis. And here is Williams. Shoots over Curry. Lively the pass to Davis. Now here's Gafford. Jackson Davis defending. Count the basket.
That's the kind of aggressive and assertive play they need as we get closer and closer to crunch time.
The shot by Butler. Nobody around. Good. Great play by Green to set it up. Green's got 3 assists in the game. Thompson passes to Davis. Dallas moving it around. Thompson outside. Over to the wing. Now here's Gafford. Defense is right there.
Yeah, the defender all.
And now, yep, this will be a coach's challenge. We thought that might happen, triggering a review of the personal foul.
Shooting for Dallas, Daniel Gafford. 2 shots.
Personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able to. A challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
And the Warriors making a change here. Payton's checked in. Dallas also making some changes. Washington comes in for Davis, and it's Kyrie Irving in for Williams. That free throw, no good. And he sinks the second. A touch over 2.5 minutes of basketball played here in the third quarter. Outside Curry. Oh, and there's the alley-oop. And stolen by Kyrie Irving. Washington inside. Payton's there. Pass to Lively. Now Gafford. He has 5. Just 5 to shoot. Now Lively. Plenty of space. It's hauled in by Jackson Davis. Jackson Davis has got 6 rebounds here tonight. Down low. Outside for Curry. Trying to find Jackson Davis and gets it to him. Misses from close range. Mavericks trail by 6. To the middle. Pass to Gafford. Here's Irving. Gafford is screen on Curry. Irving with the ball. Butler covering. They get it again. Warriors leading by 6. Butler on the attack.
The defense has to make it tougher for Butler. Can't give him that.
Now here's Thompson. He's defended by Pajemski. To the paint. Up top, Lively. 8 points for him. Irving kicks to Gafford. Back to Irving. There's the 3. The Warriors pull it in. 32 seconds left to play here in the third. Pass to Pajemski. The Warriors shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game.
And as a team, really just middle of the pack in terms of their percentage from the line at about 76.
No good on the second free throw. Mavericks trail by 9. Dinwiddie passes to Pop. That one falls coming off Dinwiddie's feet. Powell's got his first basket.
Nice ball movement there. That's how you break down the defense.
Here's Curry. And it's good, but hold on. The officials may want to look at that one on the replay monitor. And not so fast. That shot again and make sure they got it right before we go to the fourth.
And even though, you're thinking maybe we don't need the replay in a situation like this, still plenty of time left in this game, and really it's about getting the call right.
And they're keeping the call as is. It was close, but he had not released it before the clock had expired.
Yeah, still better safe than sorry. I think they did the right.
Here now a chance to show you our assist of the game, and it's presented as always by State Farm.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
You've got to admire the vision just as much as the accuracy. Not many players can even spot that pass.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. So with Butler sitting on the bench, here's the group that Steve Kerr has on the floor. Some kind of shooting in the backcourt for him. It's Curry and Hield. Kuminga out there with Kevon Looney. And it's Payton in at the 3. Edwards, he's checked in for the Mavericks. And here's Hield. He'll bring it up for the Warriors. And there's the call. It's on Spencer Dinwiddie. That is his first foul of the game. Now here's Curry. To the inside. Howard down after the assist. Let him into the lane.
Clever move by Curry, using the play to make room for a different shooter.
Here's Irving. And it's Looney with the rebound.
Not that time, but that's a shot that he's going to make more oftentimes than not.
Man showing some terrific range. And now a 12-point Warrior lead.
The man has no heart, and that's poor defense for a team that has a long way to catch up.
Effort like this makes you wonder if they've already packed it in for the game, ready to go into the next. Got to at least show a little heart here.
Edwards with the block. And so it looks like the Warriors will retain possession here. Podziemski, he's checked in for Buddy Hield. Here's Podziemski. No good on the quick 3.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
Such a quick release. As soon as the ball touches his hands, it's gone.
Irving kicks to Marshall. Back to Irving. Edwards, a screen on Curry. Irving passes to Edwards.
And you don't ever want to get into the habit of letting the offense get to the rim.
And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for the Warriors.
Their offense has been a well-oiled machine. They're moving the ball around, playing for one another, and just piling up assists.
And another area they've separated themselves has been their three-point shooting, making the defense pay for any airspace.
Looking at who's out there now for the Warriors. He's Jackson Davis is checked in for Looney. Green comes in for Kuminga. And it's Butler in for Payton. Edwards passes to Gafford. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. And it goes on Draymond Green. He misses the free throw. And the Mavericks making a change here. Lively's checked in.
Taking 2 shots.
He hits the second from the line. And we're around 2 minutes into the fourth quarter here. It's stolen by Davis. Down low. Williams kicks to Davis. Lively is screen on Green. Davis, the pass to Gafford. Davis down low. Guarded by Kerr. And it's Davis missing. Warriors leading by 13. To the paint. Butler against Gafford. Pass to Jackson Davis. And And the foul called on Anthony Davis. That is his first foul of the game.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Team foul.
And so it's Golden State with it. A great fourth quarter, just giving up 2 points. Thompson from long range. Pajemski grabs the board. Golden State's gone to the three-pointer 11 times tonight and nailed 5 of them. Back to Curry. Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. Three-pointer. Shot by Pajemski, no good.
The defense just giving him the easy look there. He's not going to miss that.
Williams with a clean look. No good on the three. Golden State's gone a disappointing 2 of 6 on three-point attempts here in the fourth. A three. And the Warriors miss again.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Davis drives in. Williams dishes to Davis. The offensive rebound. Lively with it. 6 to shoot. Here's Gafford. And the layup is good after a nice lead pass.
And that's how you lead a team. Literally.
They can burn some clock if they want to.
And get a little breather as well.
Back to Curry. Trying to end the drought. Hits the three-point bomb. Curry's got 6 here in this quarter.
And so only one team answered the bell tonight, guys. Not a monster blowout by any means, but still a double-digit victory for the Warriors.
In the end, they had a better shooting percentage, and that's what made the difference. Sometimes, things go your way. The other team wasn't catching many lucky breaks themselves.
Yeah, and Kevin, not all about luck. I thought their overall shot selection was better.
And a great team effort tonight, helped in large part with contributions, and the nice night it ended up being for Stephen Curry.
He just looked like an orchestrator out there. His teammates kept running to the open spot, and he found them time and time again.
Davis, that's for 2. Here's the 3. And the rebound goes to the Warriors. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Pass to Curry. Green with a screen for Curry. Again, Curry missing. And so here is Dallas. 15-point game. Stolen away. And there's the 3-second call. This one on the defense.
Warriors basketball. At the line for the Warriors.
And the technical free throw is good. We see the Warriors taking the game here. It was a tale of 2 teams tonight. One that was in total control, operating flawlessly, and the other just searching for answers that they could never find.
I mean, the energy here is just so tremendous. Fans involved from the get-go, and once they started to read.
Thank you, David. And that about wraps it up. Along with Greg Anthony, Richard Jefferson, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan.
Up next, the Suns take it. Greetings and welcome to the... And it's the Suns to start out. And now Dallas' starting group. Derek Lively is out there with Daniel Gafford. Then it's Klay Thompson. Then it's Kyrie Irving. And it's Davis in at the 3 slot. And here's Thompson for 3. Drains the triple.
Such a silky, smooth stroke from deep. Thompson, excellent accuracy.
Bull, screen on Irving. Bull up top. 20 feet out. And it's in after a nice bounce off the right iron.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
Here's Lively. And a slam dunk by Lively.
Hey, there's no denying it. Kyrie is a score-first guard, but he's a better passer than he gets credit for.
You know, Clark, watching Kyrie Irving, he still does things you just can't believe.
His ball handling ability is just remarkable, and his finishing ability surpasses his rush hour handle. And that's saying a ton. He can beat anybody off the dribble. He can make tough shots. He really is one of the elite scorers from the guard position in the history of the NBA. I don't think that's an overstatement. From the angles he finishes, the shots he can make, he's as elite as we've had in the league.
Now here's Booker. Screen by Durant. Oh, there's the alley. Here we go, one-on-one. Irving for 3. It's hauled in by Beal. Phoenix has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Tipped away. It's stolen by Irving. He goes up. Here's Gafford. The Suns clear it. About 2 minutes gone by in the first quarter. That puts him in the lead.
The easy money there for Booker. You can't let him get this close with the ball.
Irving finds Lively. And there's the call on Devin Booker. That's his first foul. And the Suns making a change here. O'Neal's checked in.
Now into the lineup for your Suns. Number 00.
It's stolen. Outside Durant. Pass to Booker. Back to O'Neal. And no good, trying to use the glass. Poked loose. The Mavericks trailing. The 3 from Thompson. Can't get a second shot to fall, now 1 of 2. The Suns have gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. Here's Durant. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. When you look at the career of Kevin Durant, he's had an amazing list of teammates, Grant.
Yeah, that's true, B.A. And it started with Westbrook and Harden. Then he had Steph, Klay, and Dre, Kyrie, and then Booker and Beal. That is quite the list.
Grant, we all know how good Kyrie Irving is, but he's especially lethal in the fourth quarter.
And his clutch moments go far beyond his series winner in the 2016 finals. He thrives in high-pressure moments and has done so his whole career.
The Suns making a switch here. Jones is checked in. And so it looks like the Suns will retain possession here. Allen, he's checked in for Beal.
Now into the lineup for your Suns. Number 8, Grayson Allen.
And in the first quarter, about 3 minutes played.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Here's Durant. Phoenix no good that time either.
It can be tough to find space in the mid-range area. Probably should have passed that one up.
And here's Thompson for 3. And that one's good. That makes him 2 for 3.
Just another spot on the court where he can hurt you from. Thompson, efficient in the corners.
And Klay Thompson picks up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
That was a good call. The defense wasn't established.
Yeah, it looked like it. I mean, he kind of slid underneath as he got to the spot, too.
And we're approaching about 3.5 minutes played in this first quarter. Durant with a screen on Gafford, and it's O'Neal off the drive. Durant for three. And once again, off the mark by Phoenix.
Boy, I'm absolutely shocked he didn't get that one to go. Usually he's money from deep.
Thompson outside. Outside Davis. Here's Lively. And a slam dunk by Lively.
Working it to the open teammate that time. Excellent awareness from Davis.
All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Hey, Brian, the Mavericks are looking to contend. Coach Jason Kidd said, we're trying to build a championship team, and it's not easy. Dallas has not talked about that for a long time. So to talk about that, it's pretty cool. To be able to build it takes time. We have the personnel. We have the team. Brian, that's confidence.
Yep, and they're in win-now mode, Allie. Thank you.
Hey, when Irving is creating for others, he's even more difficult to slow down.
Outside O'Neal. Richards with a screen. The three. That one doesn't drop. And so it's Irving who brings up the ball for the Mavs. It's a three-point game. Sends it home from three-point land. Thompson's got 9 points.
Great idea to pull up and take the transition three there. The D was in position to block his path to the hoop if he took it inside.
Here's Durant. Lively grabs a miss. The Mavericks on offense. It's a 12-2 run here. Good pace. Now here's Gafford, covered by Richards. Gafford passes to Lively, and it's going to be a goaltending call here, so they will count the bucket.
Well, at least the D was going for it, but he got to the ball just a moment late.
And so it's Klay Thompson making highlights for the Mavericks. He dropped 3 threes in that quarter. They haven't found an answer for him yet. We'll be back in a moment. If you're just joining us, we played through one quarter in this one. And before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen from the Mavericks?
They're off to a rock-solid start. They brought a well-thought-out plan into this one.
Yeah, you know what? Makes it really easy for the coaching staff in that case. No adjustments needed. Just keep on keeping on.
Beal and Allen are out on the wing. Royce O'Neal is out there with Mason Plumlee. And it's Jones in at the point. That's the Suns' 5 as we get into the second quarter. No good on the technical, so unable to pick that one up. Well, Grant, you played on some very tight-knit teams. Talk to us about chemistry.
Well, B.A., you know, in some sports, chemistry is not a big issue, but in basketball, it is huge. You have to trust and believe in your teammates, and it has to be a unit, not 5 separate individuals. And that's a defensive lapse. A shooter of his caliber can't be left wide open.
Launches it. Outside for Davis. Gafford the screen. Shot clock at 6. Here's Lively. Back to Davis. Second shot opportunity. Again, the miss by Dallas.
Very surprising that he came away empty there, especially given room to operate.
Beal. It's good on the putback.
You love the energy Beal has. I mean, he's racing up the floor to convert on the fast break.
Irving, pass to Lively. Outside Davis. Gafford with a screen on Allen. There's Davis with the 3. Davis missing again. Suns trail by 3. Outside O'Neal. And just about a minute and a half has passed here in the second quarter. And he lobs it up. Slam dunk by Plumlee.
Well, I'll tell you what, his vertical is awesome, off the charts. A short center who still makes his presence felt.
Thompson outside. Pass to Lively. Allen against Davis. Lively with a screen on Allen. Davis from long range. They grab their own miss. Davis a screen. Gafford passes to Irving. Here's Lively. Basket is good. Nice setup from Irving. Irving's got 3 assists now in this one.
Boy, a big man with great touch from deep, always a valuable commodity in today's game.
Now here's Beal. Plumlee. Blocked! It's a one-on-one situation. Davis from long range. The three. Oh, Anthony Davis reigns in the three.
Big fella spotting up, and AD more than capable of knocking it down.
Pass to Plumlee. Back to O'Neal. Beal surveying the D. Screen by O'Neal. Beal gets the bucket. Beal's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Such a tough guard. I mean, Beal mixing it up inside, coming out on top in that battle.
Irving, the pass to Davis. And it's Davis again missing.
Boy, the defense got lucky there with him missing, but they don't want to chance that again.
On the wing, Jones. It's stolen by Irving. Here's Thompson. It's hauled in by Beal. Suns trail by 5. To the middle. Stolen by Davis. And a fast break now. The Mavericks on the run. Irving for 3. Knocks down the triple. Irving's got 5 now. And guys, what do you think about the hustle stats for the Mavericks?
Well, you know, they've been aggressive on the defensive end, and it's paying off for them. Quite a few takeaways for them in the early going.
Another area where they've excelled has been pushing it on the break. They're really getting after it.
Now here's Allen. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Beal left side. Three-pointer O'Neal. That one's in there on the nice assist from Beal.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets 3, you fire 3 of your own. Boom.
Irving against Jones. Back to Lively. Plumlee pulls down the board. Plumlee's got his 4th rebound in this one. Allen on the wing. Outside O'Neal. Allen against Davis. Outside Jones. 6 on the shot clock. Throws it up high.
Oh, man, take a look at that one. Just a textbook alley-oop.
Beautifully done. He served it up on a platter.
And a nice touch on the finish.
And there's a 3-second call. This one on the defense. He's made 2 of 3 from the stripe tonight.
You know, he really did excel at the stripe. I mean, they couldn't have asked for too much more from him when it came to knocking down free throws.
And he shows the focus there. Nails the tee. Lively inside. Covered by Richards. Lively inside. Can't hit from in close.
Well, you know, stopping him is never easy to do, but the defense was strong there.
And the first half comes to a conclusion in a game that's been very close so far. The Mavericks on top, up 4. And we'll be right back after halftime for the start of the 3rd quarter. See you in just a bit. And if you're just joining us, we played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. You look at Derek Lively. He's been playing really well.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
And you know what? They've come at him a few different ways defensively, and nothing has slowed him down.
And on the floor for Jason Kidd as we get into the second half, Kyrie Irving out there with Klay Thompson. Then there's Davis, then it's Daniel Gafford, and it's Lively in its center.
I don't think you could design a better scorer than Durant. I mean, range from deep, the touch at the rim, excellent handle, 7 feet tall. He does everything you want from your first option.
Irving, the pass to Davis. Lively inside. Plumlee on him. And that one drops for him. Lively's got 13 now.
A great move. I mean, the defense has no response.
Yeah, if that's a harbinger of things to come, he's looking at having a very big second half.
Durant's shot is off.
Oh, man, he can't get anything to fall. You can feel his frustration.
And he's got to find other ways to contribute then because his shot making is not happening right now. Great assist that time by Kyrie Irving.
Gafford against Bull. The kick to Durant from behind the arc. Lively grabs a miss. Lively's got 6 rebounds here tonight. A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Hey, Brian, Anthony Davis is letting it fly. He said, the way that teams are playing me, I've been getting back to the mid-range. It's an easier shot instead of fighting the double team, so that's all it is, continuing to trust it and shoot it. Brian, we've seen that jumper be a real weapon for him.
Yeah, that's a good call, Allie. Thanks. Now here's Lively. 13 points in the game. Back to Davis. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. It goes on Kevin Durant.
You know, when trying to defend Davis, the combination of size and quickness he has is a problem. Hard not to foul him.
First minute and a half of basketball played here in the third quarter. Allen against Thompson. On the wing, Jones. Here's Durant. Davis with the defensive effort.
Man, I can't believe he blew that gimme, guys. Well, I know he's frustrated about that.
Plumlee against Lively. It's stolen by Durant. That's tipped. It's stolen by Irving. Pass to Lively. Out to Thompson. Ooh, a little luck that time as it drops. Thompson's got 11 points.
Well, that's exactly the guy you want to set up. I mean, Klay Thompson feels like every shot he takes is going in.
Plumlee, a screen on Davis. Inside, looking to end the run. Slam dunk by Plumlee.
A dynamic finish, then decides to hang out a little for good measure.
Yep, that's the exclamation point right there.
We've seen those kinds of plays get them going in the past.
Now here's Gafford. No points so far. Gafford with a screen on Allen. Out to Thompson. Clock at 6.
A taller guard with a quick trigger, Klay Thompson, is also an impressive perimeter defender and playmaker.
Dallas shooting their 7th and 8th attempts at the foul line tonight.
And that just has to improve, guys. I mean, the free throw shooting is something that has to get better. You're immediately putting yourself at a disadvantage when you shoot that poorly from the line.
Now here's Booker. Pass to O'Neal. The 3 is up. That one's good. Give the assist to Booker. 10 points for him.
Yeah, great awareness there from Booker. A selfless team-first player.
Lively finds Thompson. Thompson goes up. Outside for Davis. All sorts of time. And all around the rim that time before dropping.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on him. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets yanked soon. I mean, that's how bad his shot selection has been.
Pass to Irving. From the top of the key. And it's Phoenix with the rebound.
That's the shot they wanted. It just didn't fall.
You know what? That's a confidence shaker for him, though. I mean, that's a shot he expects to make every time.
His position might be shooting guard, but Beal has no problems taking it inside.
Irving, the pass to Gafford. Thompson outside. Gafford with a screen on Beal. Pass to Lively. Lets it go from deep. Richards pulls it in. If they play this right, they can go 2 for 1.
Yeah, they really have to work the clock right now.
And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
Boy, that's a tough take there by Durant. He gets off the shot, his finesse coming into play there, and he's able to draw the foul as a result.
Some changes for Phoenix. Plumlee comes in for Richards. And Gillespie is subbed in for Devin Booker.
To have a big who's great at the line, such a plus.
Davis drives in and finished off by Davis.
What separates Davis from the pack? In my mind, it's his all-around offensive game. Size, skill, perimeter shooting, and post-up prowess.
He's a producer. It's part of their plan to get him as many touches as possible.
Lively with it. O'Neal covers. Davis against Durant. Gafford the screen. Here's Davis. Outside for Irving. Got it up. Oh, no good on the last second attempt there. And so it's the Dallas Mavericks leading by 6 as we...
All right, everyone.
Well, what a terrific game it's been so far. With this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. Suns trail by 6. We've got Bol. He's out there with Mason Plumlee. And it's Booker in at the shooting guard position. So that's the lineup on the floor for the Suns. Now here's Booker. Puts up a deep 3. Bol, pass to Booker. Back to Bol. Launches a 3. Yes! And it's Booker with the setup. Booker's got 3 assists now in this one.
For somebody like Bol to easily knock down threes, that's like having a cheat code.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
You know, that's how it goes with him. I mean, his hot streaks, guys, don't last minutes. They last days.
Now here's Dunn. Back to Bol. Here's Gillespie. And it's off from three-point range.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's the shot he typically makes.
To the paint. Just over a minute played here in the fourth. Here's Gafford. On the mark with the 15-footer. Now it's a 7-point Dallas lead. Here's Gillespie to the wing, right side. Pass to Plumlee. The Suns need to get off a shot. Here's Gillespie. The offensive rebound. Back to Plumlee. Here's Gillespie. Here's Bol. Misses the 3. Outside Davis. Outside Irving. Takes a 3. Sinks the tray. And the Mavericks lead by 10.
You can really feel the momentum swinging in their direction.
You know, they need to stay aggressive here. Build the lead up while they've got the chance. Don't waste this opportunity.
Now here's Booker. They need this. Ooh, Booker doing Booker things.
Oh, that was quick. Booker getting those 3 points back easily.
Outside Irving. Lively inside. He's checked by Plumlee.
So good at getting to his spots and then cashing in, making the game look easy.
Pass to Gillespie. Outside Bol. Plumlee a screen. Bol no good. The Mavericks lead by 9. Third minute of action now gone here in the fourth. Outside for Davis. Thompson outside. To the inside. Here's Gafford. Plumlee pulls down the board. The Suns running out of time. Here's Gillespie. Plumlee a screen on Irving. And he lobs it up to the rim. Thompson with a steal. Irving finds Gafford. Left side Davis. From 18 feet away. And it's Phoenix with the rebound. It's Booker on the wing. Fires the 3. The Mavericks pull it in. Davis has got 4 rebounds in the game. Pass to Lively. Now here's Gafford. Back to Lively. And there's a 3-second violation. And the timeout called by Mike Budenholzer. He clearly wants to talk it over and make sure everyone is focused. Richards is checked in for Plumlee. Kevin Durant comes in for Dunn. And it's Bradley Beal in for Gillespie. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Over that last break, guys, I got a chance to hear what Mike Budenholzer said to the team. Coach telling their players, let's play with urgency. This is the game. I know we'll win if we play hard. Let's see how the team responds.
And Allie, thank you for that. Here's Thompson. Long range from the inbound. Again, the miss by Dallas. Beal against Thompson. And Booker puts up a deep three. Misses the three. Used the pump fake well, but he couldn't capitalize. Irving, the pass to Thompson. Back to Irving. On the wing, Thompson. Deflects the pass. Beal with it. Now Thompson defending. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. And so it's Irving who brings up the ball for Dallas. Pass to Gafford. Takes the three. And Booker pulls it down. Richards with it. Covered by Lively. There's 6 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. Here's Davis. Off on that one. And so the Mavericks take the win. They played the villain tonight, and they played it well.
Yes, they did. And, you have two choices. You can either succumb to the hostility in this arena, or you can feed off of it and use it as motivation. They did the latter.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Grant Hill, Clark Kellogg, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson thanking you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
It's the NBA on 2K Sports. And we know the teams among the best defensive. Squads in the NBA, and this figures to be a low-scoring affair.
But it should be an entertaining one, Kevin. And if you're a fan of high-intensity, high-energy defense, there's a lot to love about this matchup.
Now look at Memphis's starting group. Morant is the point, with Bane out on the wing. Edey out there with Jackson, and it's Wells in at the 3. Now Morant. Here's the floater. A second chance effort. Edey can't hit. Prince looking around. Inside. Stolen by Jackson. And here we go. The Grizzlies on a fast break. To the left side wing. To the middle. Here's Edey. Can't hit from in close. Kuzma left side. And here's Prince outside. It's good from long range.
When he's spotted up like that, Taurean Prince, those percentages go up. Very comfortable on that one.
And when you look at the career of Kyle Kuzma, he has played, Brent, various roles.
Yeah, Kevin, different spots and different things that have been asked of him by different coaches in different systems. So, six-man, spot-up shooter, go-to scorer. It speaks a lot to his adaptability. Hopefully he'll settle in and become the player that he knows confidently he is.
How about that one? Able to maintain control and finish the play.
The Grizzlies shooting their first foul shot of the game. It's an odd stat, but what I'm going to throw out there anyway, the Memphis Grizzlies set an NBA record last season for players used in a season.
Kevin, this isn't football, right? They had 33 different guys suited up last season. That tells you how difficult it was. Constant change, hard to build chemistry, and let's face it, hard to win games.
A lot of defenders choose to just back up off of him when he's in that tight, try to avoid the and one, and this time they're not backing off.
Now here's Bane. Inside. Pass to Wells. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Morant. And he hits it just before the shot clock expires.
And no problem for Morant that close to the hoop. Once he gets inside, he makes it look easy.
And here's Kuzma. Screen by Giannis. Kuzma passes to Antetokounmpo. Banked in off the glass. Antetokounmpo's got his second bucket of the game to go.
And I like that. Giannis slowing down just a little bit, in control there.
Morant passes to Bane. Back to Morant. Wells in the corner. Morant against Giannis. He gets that one.
And how about the strength of Jackson there? Uses it whenever he's going up inside and fighting through the contact.
A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, Giannis Antetokounmpo is not one to puff out his chest and chase accolades. He said, I put the work in. That's how I get my confidence. I don't follow the media or my stats. What I know is that I put the work in, and I try to be the best version of myself. And that focus has served him well. Kevin?
It has. You know, his dedication, David, unquestioned. And we appreciate your report.
Terrific dime there. Morant realizing his responsibility to share the wealth with his teammates.
Kicks it out to Lillard. Back to Lopez. Edey with the rebound.
Yeah, can't see why he missed that one there. The D's close, but looked like plenty of room.
Lillard against Morant. And there's the drive. And Morant throws it down.
How about the authority from Moran? The way he was running, you knew he was aiming to shatter the rim.
Now here's Antetokounmpo. From deep, Prince does not find the basket. His second miss. He's now 1 for 3. Here's Morant. And he uses the glass on the layup. Morant's got 6.
Yeah, I'm amazed at Morant's ability to take contact and still stay in full control.
Lopez finds Lillard. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Kuzma outside. Lopez, no luck. Bell's wide open, and he's good on the 3-ball.
And this is right around the time when one team might start to pull away.
Yeah, this team is looking to add to the lead, trying to put the other team away, and threatening here.
And so it's Memphis holding. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Grizzlies.
They've been so aggressive, going strong at the defense, looking to score off of that penetration.
Getting to the inside is really important, but it's how close you can get to the basket. It feels like these guys are all around the rim in their attack tonight.
The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Prince out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 3, the small forward. That's the 5 on the floor for the Bucks.
Typically, it takes Giannis 1 stride to get where he wants to go. And in that 1 stride, he's covering so much ground, you can't keep up with him.
Morant with a wide open look. In the corner, it's Bane. Pass to Edey. Goes back up. And the rebound goes to Lopez. Bucks trail by 6. Now, Greg, it took 40 years, but the Bucks finally won their second NBA title back in 2021.
Yeah, Kareem leading that 71 squad. Giannis was the man in 2021, averaging 35 and 13 during the finals, closing out the Suns with that 50-piece in Game 6.
And the dunk by Wells.
Incredible reverse throwdown. Excellent body control.
And guys, I'd even go as far to say that was a punctuation dunk. Kuzma kicks to Giannis. 13 feet away. Offensive rebound. Pass to Lopez. Kicks it out to Lillard. Lopez, a screen on Morant. 3-pointer, Lillard. And the rebound goes to the Grizzlies. It's Morant with the drive. On the wing, Bane. Quarter number 2. We're about 2 minutes in. Into the lane. And it's sent back by Lopez. Lillard with no one around. And it's Lillard again missing. Morant against Lillard. And the rejection by Giannis. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Antetokounmpo. Pass to Edey. Out of bounds. Milwaukee takes possession. And so Antetokounmpo will bring it up for the Bucks. To the inside. Out to Kuzma. Giannis outside. Kuzma with the screen for Giannis. And a flush by Antetokounmpo!
Yeah, once Giannis gets the ball there, you can forget it.
And Brent, when you talk about the best player in the league, Giannis has got to be in that conversation, correct?
Yeah, there's no doubt, Kevin. I mean, the numbers he puts up are incredible. It's how easily he dominates a game and just how unstoppable of a force he is. You know, there's so many teams out there trying to find answers for what Giannis is doing to them offensively, but how do you equip a defense to slow down the force that is Giannis Antetokounmpo?
On the clock. And here's Prince outside. Sinks the three-pointer. Prince has got the game tied up here for the Bucks.
Wow, Prince has a little daylight, and that shot looked true.
It's Morant with the drive. That one goes. Just count it. Morant's got 8 points.
A defensive breakdown there, no doubt about it. I mean, he's a guy you have to be focused on defensively.
Antetokounmpo dishes to Lillard. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Jaren Jackson. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Over in the corner, Antetokounmpo. Shoots it up.
And that defensive versatility Jackson has is just incredible. Able to guard multiple positions due to that height and reach.
Morant passes to Jackson. Good, and a nice assist from Morant. Now it's a 4-point Memphis lead. Lopez inside. Giannis a screen on Bane. Prince dishes to Giannis. Doesn't go for him. And the Grizzlies leading by 4. Pass to Edey. Outside, Bane. A three-pointer off the mark. Bucks have gotten a little under 50% of their second quarter shots to find the mark. 4 of 9 all told. Down low, Lopez. Edey with the rebound. Edey's got 5 rebounds tonight. Jackson down low. Covered by Lillard. Jackson misses. Right side, Antetokounmpo. This is his first free throw of the game.
He struggled mightily at the free throw line in their last game.
At the line for the Bucks.
That free throw missing. The Grizzlies making a switch here. That one misses. And here's Morant. And a close game so far through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Grizzlies lead by 4. And now we'll set. All right, thank you, David. Folks, don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the half-court shot. Drum roll. They're measuring up the shot.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. You have to like what you're seeing from Ja Morant.
And guys, we saw just how tough he can be with the step to the rim. Great job of just attacking that first half.
Yeah, nice job of carving his way to the inside with some ease. Not much resistance out there.
So on the floor for Memphis, Morant is the point with Bane out on the wing. Wells is out there with Jackson, and it's Aldama in at the 5 spot. Hey, Brett, where would you rank the Lopez brothers as the best NBA siblings?
Well, they've had storied careers, both of them. Certainly in terms of the argument about the best twins to ever play the game, you could make an argument for them. You had, of course, Tom and Dick Van Arsdale in the 60s, Horace and Harvey Grant in the 90s. But what the Lopez brothers have been able to do, not in terms of their longevity, but in terms of their contribution to their teams, both very different. These guys have to be up there.
It's all about Antetokounmpo. Kuzma kicks to Antetokounmpo. Up top, Kuzma. Still without a basket. And there's the foul on the shot. He'll go to the line for 2. You know, you were talking about Giannis. He can put up 30 a game without taking many shots from the perimeter. That's a tall order these days, especially because he gets doubled every single time. Edey's checked in for Santi Aldama. Brent, one thing we've seen these days, 3-point variance. Can you explain it?
Well, Kevin, who's hot and who's not. That's basically what it comes down to. Look, coaches are going to have strategies against teams. A lot of teams are taking a lot more threes, but on a night where they are knocking down shots that you're willing to live with, that's when you just tip the cap, take the loss, and move on.
Milwaukee's gone 3 of 7 tonight from three-point territory. To the paint, here's Lopez on the dunk by Lopez.
Lopez at that size has no trouble throwing it down.
It's to Wells. On the wing, Jackson. That three off the mark. Milwaukee in the lead. Lillard with it. He's picked up by Morant. Prince outside. Lopez sends a screen for Prince to the inside. And there's Lopez. That's good on the assist by Prince. Prince has got 3 assists now in this one. Memphis has gone 0 of 2 from deep to start things here in the second half. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. For about a decade, the Bucks have virtually been a lock for the playoffs.
Yeah, you think about Giannis being drafted in 2013, and absolutely nobody saw what was coming with him. They missed the playoffs in his first and his third year, and then all of a sudden, Giannis fully arrived. He's developed into a star, not just a star, but a superstar, and these guys have been contenders ever since.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, the Grizzlies retired Marc Gasol's number 33 last season. You may recall he moved to Memphis in his teens, watching his older brother Powell play for the Grizz. Mark said, "I had a very unique perspective, that of a fan. When I came back as a Grizzlies player, I carried that with me." Kevin, that pride certainly showed.
Pride's a great word to use. No question, D.A. Thank you.
And I love the way he uses his size there to make sure he gets that board.
2 minutes.
Giannis kicks to Kuzma. Pass to Lopez. Shot clock at 6. And the rebound goes to the Grizzlies. Edey's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Morant finds Bane.
Just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball. Lillard outside. Giannis a screen on Morant. Antetokounmpo passes to Prince. Back to Kuzma. Over Wells. Antetokounmpo kicks to Prince. Kick out to Giannis. Three-pointer, Lillard. Back to Giannis. Prince against Jackson. Over in the corner, Antetokounmpo. No good, not a friendly rim at all this trip down. Jackson in the corner for the lead. Here's Edey, and he drops in the layup off the glass. Edey's got 12 in the game.
And that's a lesson for the D. Fight harder on the glass.
Yeah, you just can't afford to give up second chance opportunities again and again.
All the time in the world to get that one off.
Memphis moving that. Memphis needs to get off a shot here.
They didn't have much of a problem getting the ball into the post that time.
Memphis shooting their 4th shot at the foul line here. Lillard surveying the D. Shoots over Morant. No good on the last second attempt there. The third quarter comes to a close. Memphis out in front. And a quick look now at the State Farm assist of the game.
And, you know, you can always count on him for at least a couple of these pretty assists over the course of a game. And this one, a thing of beauty.
Sometimes it happens when the offense is struggling, but every now and then this helps with the offensive uptick right there. Great job of setting his teammate up.
And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Prince, and it's Kuzma in at the 3 spot. That's the 5 on the floor for the Bucks. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
Second personal.
That one's on Morant.
And for a 7-footer, Brook Lopez is pretty versatile. You get all the defensive impact you'd expect, but he can also consistently score on all 3 levels.
Well, he's come through for them at the line today, and you love having a big fella who's so capable on his free throw.
Well, good and a nice assist from Morant. Morant's got his 7th assist in the game.
It's like reading a picture book for Morant. He makes it look insanely easy.
Prince dishes to Lopez. The kick out to Antetokounmpo. Prince wide open. No good on the triple. And so Morant will bring it up for Memphis. 6-point game. To the middle, here's Jackson, and the dunk by Jackson.
And they've done some nice work as we've come down the stretch here in the final quarter.
And right now is when you have to lay it on the line. Between the two teams, they've clearly been the aggressor.
Lopez sets a screen for Giannis. Back to Lopez. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2.
I like whenever Lopez challenges the D at that size. I mean, they're going to have to foul him in the process.
That one misses, so he goes 1 for 2. And the Grizzlies leading by 7. We've gone about a minute and a half into the fourth quarter. Driving the lane. Pass to Edey. Jackson against Antetokounmpo. Just 5 on the clock. Lopez with the steal. And here we go, the fast break with Giannis. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
I wonder if Antetokounmpo is Greek for lightning, because that's what he did there on the penetration.
He's off on the first. Good on the second free throw. Grizzlies shooting at 46%, making some buckets. Bain passes to Morant. Last quarter of play, about 2 minutes in now. Down low. Edey can't hit. Bucks trail by 6. From deep, Prince. Edey with the rebound. Edey's got 11 rebounds in the game. In the corner, it's Bain. A three-pointer, no good.
Ooh, he missed an easy chance to put some points on the board. He won't get a much better look at that kind of shot again here probably tonight.
And so it's going to be a 3-second violation out there on the defense. Hey, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far from Memphis?
They're still slashing and attacking the rim, and the defense yet to make the adjustment and keep the ball in front.
Something else that has stood out is their up-tempo offense. And these guys have been on the track all game long. They're creating high-percentage looks, getting out there on the fast break.
Just 4 to shoot. Kuzma with the screen for Giannis. It's rebounded by Memphis. Morant outside. And we're about 3 minutes into the fourth quarter. Yep, that one goes. And the Grizzlies lead by 7.
Just as quick as anyone in this league, Morant can seemingly get to the hole at will.
Lopez, a screen on Bain. Kuzma kicks to Giannis. Giannis says, get off me!
And you know he knows. He's
is the leader of this team. Giannis embracing the opportunity to come through with big baskets. Nice work to get it inside and draw contact.
He drops the first one, and that increases their lead to 6. So he goes 2 for 2 at the line, and it's a 7-point game.
Yeah, the lead getting safer and safer as these free throws from the stripe go in.
Giannis passes to Lopez. And here's Prince outside. Good on the three-point shot.
Well, the bigger the possession, the more engaged Taurean Prince is. Wow.
Bane against Prince. Now here's Morant for 3. The rebound by Prince. Milwaukee's gone 1 of 3 from outside the arc since we've reached the fourth quarter. Into the Kumbo. No good that time. Some solid defense there from Jackson. And the Grizzlies leading by 4. Bane kicks to Morant. 55 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Pass to Edey. Lopez with the steal. Fast break, Milwaukee. It's in! And what a sensational bucket to bring them within 1.
Oh, the nerves on this guy.
Not backing down from this moment here. When the game is close, he kicks it up a notch. After committing a turnover like that, you're just praying the game doesn't come down to the last possession. You'll remember that.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
35 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Screen by Antetokounmpo. Kuzma passes to Lopez. To take the lead, Bells with the steal. Morant left side. And stolen by Lillard. Inside, Kuzma. Poke loose. Now here's Morant. So a close game sees Memphis take this one. They break the hearts of every fan in the building with a dramatic late victory.
And Kevin, this is the kind of win you have to take a ton of pride in. I mean, they battled with everything they had and came through when the pressure was at its highest.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg
in a veteran-heavy matchup like this?
You know, B.A., it typically means we'll get a clean game. These guys have been around for a while and know how to take care of the basketball.
Here are the 5 for Philadelphia. We've got Paul George. Joel Embiid is out there with Andre Drummond. Then it's Maxey, and it's Grimes in at the 3. Now here's Drummond. Second chance shot. Banked it in off the glass.
I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to draw Drummond as my assignment inside. You body him up, hack him, it still has no effect on him.
Here's Kuzma. Back to Lopez. Right wing. Antetokounmpo for 3. And the three-pointer goes.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
Here's George. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Doc Rivers, and the conversation quickly turned to Embiid. Coach said, we know he can be unstoppable, but we're hoping to slow him down just a little. Double teams might be a part of that, but I don't want to give away all of our tricks. So it sounds like Joel can expect a lot of defensive pressure tonight.
Good job there, Allie. Thanks.
That is not a guy you want to allow open looks for range. Lucky for the defense, he just couldn't get it to go.
We know how great Joel Embiid is, but he simply hasn't been as effective in the postseason.
Part of that is because of all the defensive attention he gets. We know things tighten up in the postseason and things become much more challenging. That's why he needs a better supporting cast.
Here's Prince. Antetokounmpo for 3. Again, Antetokounmpo missing. Here's Grimes, defended by Lillard. Pass to Drummond. Three-pointer Embiid hits the trifecta.
That's just not fair. 7-footers like Embiid with that size, they aren't supposed to shoot like that.
Out of bounds. It'll be Philadelphia's ball. And the first quarter of action, 2 minutes in. Here's Maxey. Oh, and he blocks it off the glass.
Wow. Giannis puts his touch on every aspect of the game. Big reach on display that time.
And there's Drummond. That one's good. On the assist by Maxey.
Defense always had their eyes on him, and then he gives it away. Classic misdirection.
And Giannis with the jam.
Doesn't believe in soft finishes. The big fella's all about power.
Grimes misses from close range.
That's the shot you hope for. Right at the rim. Just couldn't capitalize.
Here's Maxey. And a little over 2.5 minutes gone here in the first. Embiid can't hit. The Bucks have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Lillard passes to Lopez. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got 4 rebounds in the game. Pass to Maxey.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
Drummond inside. Covered by Lopez. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. That's on Brook Lopez.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside. He's not about to give up any easy baskets.
Well, Grant, from roster to coaching changes, the Bucks have been trying to become an even more elite team.
Yeah, teams are always tinkering now these days, B.A. The Bucks know they are a high-level team. They want to dominate the competition on another level. Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
And they get it back. Pass to Embiid. Back to George. Just 5 to shoot. Late clock. The Sixers need to put one up here. Oh, and a fast break for the Bucks. And Giannis throws it down.
Yeah, explosive full-court play by Giannis. Once he has the ball, he is just gone.
Prince against Drummond. Maxey passes to Drummond. And Drummond with the jam.
Assist by
He's just an aggressive finisher there inside.
Hey, when you got bounce like that, you feel like you can take on anybody. Now here's Kuzma. Still no points. Embiid with a steal. Here's George. The rebound by the Bucks. Antetokounmpo has got 4 rebounds now. George with a steal. 7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. And now we've got an intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Philadelphia shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game.
the 76ers, Tyrese Maxey.
And he makes a first.
The thing you love about Maxey is that he always has a smile when he's out there. He's enjoying himself, and he embraces the challenge that the game presents. No surprise there. He's about as automatic as it gets from the stripe. I hope I didn't jinx him.
Kuzma up top. Antetokounmpo outside. The 3 ball. The rebound by Embiid. George outside. And that does it for the first quarter. Philadelphia on top. They're up by 4. Quarter number 2 coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The hustle stats for the 76ers.
From the very start of this game, they have been giving the ball handlers trouble, using good pressure to force turnovers and get steals.
Yeah, we got to talk about how pestering they've been on defense, forcing turnovers and finding ways to score off them.
Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 3. So that's who Milwaukee starts the second with. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Damian Lillard last season becoming the 51st NBA player ever to cross the 20,000-point threshold and the 17th fastest to ever do it. He said it's a great accomplishment and a rare space to be in. I'm like, man, I might be able to get 27 or 28,000 if I can stay healthy. Ryan, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, me either. Thanks, Allie.
Some big guys struggle at the line, not him. He's put in the work to defy that assumption.
Drummond, a screen on Antetokounmpo. Here's Embiid. Ooh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now. With an MVP trophy under his belt, Joel Embiid has only become more dominant, RJ.
I think that 2023 MVP increased his confidence. It allowed him to feel like he really was the best player in the world. And I think it motivated him to keep pushing himself. And the results speak for themselves because the stats, they back that up.
Shot's good by Antetokounmpo.
And he's coming off a huge performance, and his confidence couldn't be any higher. And his coach knows that, too.
When it ain't broke, leave it alone. Until someone stops him, just let him roll.
Second personal foul. Second team foul.
And about a minute gone in the second quarter. George against Prince. Drummond passes to Maxey. That one falls, coming off a Drummond feed. Maxey's got 5.
The pure shooting stroke of Maxey, gifted at draining it from outside the arc.
It's Prince on the wing. Screen by Antetokounmpo. Prince finds Antetokounmpo. Back to Prince. Drills it from deep.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
And he gets that one. He has 7.
Turning on the Jets, Maxey found a lane and made them pay.
Lillard passes to Prince. Back to Lillard. Antetokounmpo, a screen on George. Oh, swiped away. Pass to Maxey. And there's the lob, and stolen by Antetokounmpo. Here they come with numbers in transition. The 3 from Prince. Drummond grabs the miss. Maxey with it. He's picked up by Lillard. Inside. with the jam.
Nice one-handed jam. Simple and effective, B.A.
Hey, with the lead, I'm surprised he didn't come up with something a little more creative. Here's Antetokounmpo. Oh, Giannis dunks it home.
And you can see early on that Giannis wanted to be aggressive. I mean, he's taken over at the offensive end.
Maxey against Lillard. Maxey, that's good. Maxey's got 7 points here in the quarter. Well, Grant, with all the parity and competition in the league today, there's still those teams piling up losses.
Yeah, B.A., and with teams like the Thunder excelling, it's almost like youth is no longer an excuse, but some rebuilds take longer than others.
And he continues to cast away, but the results just haven't been there tonight.
And the basket by Embiid.
So much strength from Embiid. It would take a special defender to slow him down.
Dane goes in. Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. Pass to Lopez. Lopez, the screen on Maxey. Antetokounmpo with it. Lets the three fly. Another miss by Antetokounmpo.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
A minute 9 left to play in the first half. Left block shot on the way. Again, the Sixers score.
Their offense is looking like a well-oiled machine, getting any look they want.
Right about that. Seems like they haven't missed.
George against Prince. And another miss by Milwaukee.
And sometimes on defense, you can just get lucky.
That's good from Drummond on the assist from Embiid. Drummond's got 12 points in the game.
And that's one of the underrated aspects of his game, his passing. He knows the defense expects him to finish the job, but he just drops off a dime.
And what an aggressive move to the rim. He's really trying to fire up his teammates right now.
Boy, it's not hard to feel inspired after a teammate makes that kind of finish.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
Oh, and the jam by Lillard.
Oh, wow. Dame just sticking it to the other team, and you can see it's motivating his squad as well.
George for three. Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the board. Antetokounmpo has got 5 rebounds tonight. The kick out to Kuzma. Here's Prince. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. And so it's Philadelphia closing out this quarter with a 7-point lead. Getting lots of great looks, shooting it well. Thanks very much, Allie. We'll be back soon to start the second half of basketball. We played through the first half. Plenty of basketball left in this one. It's been a clinic out there by Giannis Antetokounmpo.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
Second half underway. Here's who Nick Nurse has got on the floor. They've got Tyrese Maxey. Andre Drummond is out there with Joel Embiid. Then there's Paul George, and it's Grimes in at the small forward position. Lillard finds Lopez. Lopez, the screen. Kuzma, the pass to Lopez. Here we go, the Sixers on the break. Here's George. Oh, and the dunk by George!
And it all comes together because George is a team player. He works so hard to support the play on the floor and be where he's needed to be for his team.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
When you have an MVP talent in his prime, the focus has to be on winning a title. The Sixers' Joel Embiid said, quote, "The only thing I care about is winning. That takes a lot, and everybody has to contribute. I'm always going to believe in myself. I love the guys that we have. We are going to go and fight every single night."
Great perspective there. Thanks, Allie. Well, Grant, you often hear about how smooth Paul George's game is.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Young players can learn a lot by watching his footwork. His timing, his ability to find the space he needs, it's just tremendous.
Here he goes, and it's flushed down. A nice jam.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
We know mistakes lead to breaks. That's just textbook right there.
George outside. 6 to shoot. And there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
I like when George uses the shot fake to his advantage because he's good at fooling the defenders.
Philadelphia shooting their 7th and 8th free throw attempts of the game.
The line for 2.
He's off on the second. The Bucks trail by 7. It's Prince on the wing. There's the 3. Good. And it's Lillard who picks up the assist. Lillard's got 3 assists in the game.
And I love the balance for Lillard between scoring and passing. That time finding his teammate for the great look.
Another shot. Embiid. Here's Drummond. And Drummond with the jam.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can feel Coach smiling on the sidelines with every offensive board.
Embiid passes to Drummond. Here's Grimes. Back to Drummond. Pass to Grimes. Launches a 3. Nails it from 3. And now it's a 9-point Philadelphia lead.
He's a go-to guy for them because he's that consistent. Time and time again, he delivers. Soft interior D, and they've exploited it.
Milwaukee shooting their 3rd free throw attempt of the game. Now Maxey. 9 points in the game. Clock keeps going. 3 minutes into the second half now. Got a piece of it. Pass to Drummond. Second chance effort. No luck on that one. Good work defensively by Lopez. Antetokounmpo inside. George defending. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Maxey. Lillard passes to Antetokounmpo. Can't get it to go. Shooting 6 for 12 from the field now. The Sixers lead by 6. For 3, Maxey. Prince grabs the miss.
And you never want to give a shooter like him a clean look.
Kuzma for 3. Rebound by Philadelphia. They've led by as many as 11. George passes to Grimes. Back to George. Clock at 6 with the drive. Oh, and the dunk by George!
You gotta like the momentum on George's drive, cutting into the defense and clearing himself a path.
Pass to Prince. Lillard against Maxey. Lopez, the screen. Lillard passes to Lopez. And it's Lopez with the jam.
Just keeping the game simple. Lillard's patience and acute understanding of pick and rolls comes in handy.
Now Embiid. Embiid elevates.
And just shredding apart the defense with his passing. He's helping to pace this offense so well.
He's locked in with his teammates right now, setting guys up in perfect position.
George feels it out a bit. Down low. And Giannis Antetokounmpo picks up that foul. That's his 3rd foul of the game.
3rd personal foul. 2nd team foul.
5-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Back to Maxey. Shot clock at 6. And he lobs it up top. Trying to go for a lob there. Excellent defense and anticipation to stop it.
Oh, that's some pesky defense. Should have thought twice before attempting that pass.
And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers finishing the quarter with an 8-point. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
Talk about painting a magnificent picture with that dive. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
A lot of times a spectacular pass is more impressive than a spectacular shot. This is one of those times.
Fourth quarter action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. Inside we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the 3 spot. That's the group for Milwaukee right now. That's going to be over and back. Not watching the line on that one. Lillard against Maxey. Lillard outside. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Lillard right side. Just 5 on the clock. Look at Giannis playing big inside against contact.
And look at Giannis using his length inside, allowing him to beat the contact and get the finish.
Now Drummond. Good. Now 7 for 11 on the night.
I think I've lost track of how many of their possessions have ended exactly like that.
Efficiency is key, especially down the stretch.
Lillard passes to Kuzma. Back to Lillard. Oh, deflected. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Drummond.
Great read to get a hand in there and disrupt the play.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to maybe even get the steal, but I agree. He still got a good outcome.
A clear look for Antetokounmpo. Another miss by Antetokounmpo.
With the defense absent, that was a great opportunity, but no go.
And the jam by Drummond.
And breaking out the one-hand slam.
Man, an emphatic way to extend the lead a little more. It's Prince on the wing. Good. And Antetokounmpo gets the assist. Antetokounmpo has got 4 assists in the game. Maxey against Lillard. Drummond, the screen on Lillard. Pass to Embiid. Fires the 3. Milwaukee with the rebound. Antetokounmpo has got 8 rebounds in the game. Kuzma, the pass to Lillard. Antetokounmpo inside. Drummond's there. The strong finish by Giannis.
Did you guys see that? What an insane slam.
Man, you got to have some hang time to pull that off. Pass to Embiid. We're in the fourth quarter here. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by. All by himself for the finish. Giannis soars in for the fast break finish.
And finally, after trailing for so long, they've leveled the score late here in the fourth.
And even when time was starting to run short, there was no panic. They kept their focus and went about their business.
Drummond, the screen on Lillard. Pass to Grimes. To the paint. Here's Drummond. Just 3 to shoot. He hits it just before the shot clock expires. Drummond's got 20 points.
Wow! Drummond's able to sink it at the biggest possible moment.
Oh, got that bucket in no time at all.
They've really picked up the energy level and have willed themselves back into this game.
And as tired as they might be after fighting to tie it up, they have all the momentum now to finish this comeback.
Drummond, the screen on Lillard. Here's Maxey to the middle. Here's Drummond. That shot, no good. Good work defensively by Lopez. Kuzma outside. Back to Lillard. Antetokounmpo outside. Pass to Prince. Lopez, the screen on George. With some arc. And it's Antetokounmpo with the miss. Philadelphia's gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. Maxey with it. There's 57 seconds left in the final quarter. Drummond passes to Embiid. Second shot opportunity. Maxey with it. Drummond, the screen on Lillard. Inside. Who is stolen by Lillard. Oh, and a fast break for the Bucks. Here's Kuzma. A chance there to take the lead, but a miss. They can't afford to waste this shot.
Moments like this are what it's all about.
Three-pointer Embiid. Money from deep.
Talk about stepping up in a big way.
What a huge play coming through when it matters most.
Antetokounmpo outside. Here's Prince. The rebound by Maxey.
And that's a low percentage shot, and I'm sure he knows it.
And those are the type of shots that just drive coaches crazy. Like, I wouldn't be shocked to see him sitting on the bench if he tries that bad boy again.
So a close game sees Philadelphia taking this one. And this was an emotional win for them, no doubt about it.
Just a fantastic accomplishment. You love how they just diffuse the energy in this arena.
All right, now let's check in with Allie LaForce. All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Richard Jefferson, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce.
And the players getting themselves into game mode with the tip-off. Get ready, everyone, for Tuesday afternoon NBA. And what a matchup we have here in the front court, Greg.
Yeah, each of these teams are anchored by their big men. I think it's going to be physical and highly intensified.
And now the New York Knicks starters. Bridges out there with Jalen Brunson. Then it's Josh Hart. Then it's OG Anunoby. And it's Towns in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Antetokounmpo, no good. And so it's Towns with it. He brings it up for the Knicks. Anunoby passes to Towns. Antetokounmpo pulls it in. Trent goes in. That one good for 2.
Oh, you love to see Gary Trent Jr. put it on the deck, slice through the defense off that drive. Stop it, Gary.
Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Kevin, Doc Rivers gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. We talked about facing a point guard like Jalen Brunson, and he told me Jalen's got a great sense for angles and knows how to attack if anyone's out of position. We have to stay disciplined on defense. Of course, Brunson will be the focus of their attention tonight. Back to you.
Thanks, David. The ultimate glue player, Josh Hart. Doris, he plays way bigger than his listed 6'4" height.
I'm going to be honest with you, Kevin. This is the best rebounding guard I've ever seen in my career covering the NBA. Let's remember, he won a national title in college. He's willing to do absolutely anything to help his team win. You want this guy on your side.
Bucks have gone 1 of 3 for the field to start this one so far. Prince kicks to Lillard. Buries it from three-point range.
A downright lethal three-point threat. Lillard is someone defenders must stay attached to if they want to have any impact.
Now, here's Anunoby. Back to Bridges. Hart with the screen for Bridges. 5 to shoot. Pulls up on the wing. And the rebound goes to Lopez.
And this is a shot he can definitely make, and the defense not a factor at all.
Trent finds Lillard. Prince in the corner. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Hart. Knocks it loose. Bridges with the steal. And again the turnover by the Bucks.
Next ball.
For the Knicks, it's been a slow start here. It's a three-point game. It's Hart on the wing. Bridges outside. New York moving the ball around. Runs in the pass to Bridges. Down to 5 on the shot clock. New York needs to get off a shot. Offensive rebound. Pass to Towns. And he banks in the layup.
Now that's Karl Anthony Towns at his absolute best. The shot making incredible from every spot on the floor.
Prince kicks to Lopez. Fouled in the act of shooting. Gets the bucket anyway, so a three-point play chance for him.
Defenders simply couldn't get around the pick, and it results in a wide open look.
Milwaukee shooting their first free throw of the game. Doris, the way this Knicks roster was put together, they have a great level of physicality.
Kevin, if you think about it, with the way the rules are starting to trend back toward that level of physicality, they've got an opportunity to be successful. They also have a big-time star in Jalen Brunson, so there's a lot to like about the future.
Here's Antetokounmpo. OG Anunoby making his last shot.
Man, with that skill set at 6'11", Giannis might be the toughest guard in the league.
And that one misses.
Wow. What, did he have something in his eye on that shot?
Maybe. So neither attempt will fall that time for him. Here's Anunoby. Bridges left side. Pass to Hart. Now Towns. Second shot opportunity. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. You know, Norris and Towns might already be one of the best shooting bigs ever.
But Kevin, he flat stated and called himself the best shooting big of all time. He has an argument because not only has he shot the ball incredibly well from deep, even as his volume has gone up, his efficiency stays the same. This is a gifted offensive post player.
Giannis sets a screen for Lillard. Shoots over Brunson, and that one comes up a bit short. The Knicks have gotten just 3 of their first 9 shots to go down in this game. Over in the corner, Lillard, a 3-ball, and the Bucks miss again. And so it's Hart who brings up the ball for the New York Knicks. Here's Bridges. Lopez grabs the board. Clock management, this is where they can get a 2-for-1.
And Kevin, every opportunity counts.
Bounds down low. Covered by Lillard. Out of bounds. Milwaukee takes possession. Milwaukee's gone 1 or 2 from long range in the first quarter. Antetokounmpo kicks to Lillard. 2 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Going inside. Doesn't go that time. Brunson with some nice D. Anunoby passes to Hart. Anunoby outside. Back to Hart. He knocks it down, but wait a minute. The official.
2 minutes are allowed to review the play.
Review the play. The question, did he get the basket off in time?
Yeah, and at this point in the game, some might say, hey, can't we just skip the replay this time around? But
at the end of one, a closely contested game so far. It's the Knicks. They're up by 1. And we'll be back with you for the start of the second quarter when we return. And getting going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen so far from the Knicks?
they set a physical tone in the first, and that really showed on the backboard.
I think it's why they hold the lead here early, because they're controlling the flow of the game with those second chance opportunities.
The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Trent in at the three slot. That's the group for Milwaukee right now. Getting the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Hey, Kevin, as always with Tom Thibodeau teams, they are level-headed. He said of his Knicks, we want guys to sacrifice and put the team first. But there has to be that belief. When your best players have it, your entire team ends up having it. We know if we stay disciplined, we'll have a chance to win. Kevin?
A very good chance, D.A. Thank you. New York leading by 3. Bridges kicks to Towns. Hart against Prince. Back to Hart. Anunoby with the screen for Hart. Anunoby finds Bridges. Shoots from the corner, and the shot clock expires. 24-second violation. Doris, I know the NBA is considering using technology to help officiate out of bounds and goaltending. Do you have a problem with that?
You know, Kev, at the end of the day, I think it is about getting the calls right. If there's a way to lift the load off these officials, even if it's around the margins, why not try it?
Kept alive. Giannis passes to Lopez. Can't tie it up as that one's no good.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage play.
The dunk by Achua.
Well, not exactly one of those big, burly power forwards, right? He depends on his leaping ability more than those guys, and it serves him just fine.
Too open that time. Made it look too easy. Lillard's got 6.
And the defense knew they messed up there. Can't allow Dame to get his feet set.
Dadier's shot is off. The Bucks have gotten off to a rough start here in the second quarter, going just 1 for 5. Here's Giannis. Lopez. Robinson with the block. Here's Dadier, guarded by Prince. Snatched up. Pass to Payne. Robinson sets a screen for Payne. Robinson dishes to Payne. Drills it from outside. Payne's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
Boy, how about the awareness from the big man? We think of Mr. Robinson as a shot blocker. What a pretty pass.
Giannis kicks to Lopez. Good. And it's Giannis picking up the assist. He's got 5.
For real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
Yeah, there it is again. On a lot of their possessions this first half, they've established great inside position.
The Knicks leading by 4. 1:36 left in the first half of basketball. Some nice passing by New York here. Fade away. Payne can't hit. Milwaukee's gone 2 for 5 from three-point land since the end of the first. Lillard, right side. It's over Payne. And Dadier pulls it down. New York's gone 1 of 2 on three-pointers here in the second quarter so far. Achua, no good. Bucks trail by 4. Lillard, the pass to Lopez. Poked away. Prince outside. Lopez sets a screen for Trent. Pass to Lopez. Off target at the rim.
And typically he has the touch to finish when he's in tight, but not sure on that possession.
Oh, a nice defensive play. Altered the shot, then stayed right there to clean up the glass.
Prince, the pass to Antetokounmpo. He gets it in there.
And you love watching Giannis operate inside. So assertive and forceful.
Here's Robinson. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
Huge hole in the defense that possession. He didn't waste any time cutting through it.
Here's Giannis. Giannis says, get off me.
Contact just doesn't matter against Giannis. Once he's inside, he is not to be stopped.
And it's out of bounds. The Knicks able to retain possession here. .12 seconds left to play in the first half.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
That's his first personal foul.
Robinson with the block. And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Knicks lead by 2. It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David. Thank you, David. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the second half momentarily. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. You look at Towns, he's really been playing well.
Yeah, it's been a grinding performance from him up to this point. His work on the boards in that first half was terrific.
And New York, looking at who they've got, we've got Miles McBride. Achua is out there with Mitchell Robinson. Then it's Payne, and it's Dadier in at the small forward. And he lobs it up toward the rim. New York again turning it over.
No clue where that pass was going. That is a brutal turnover.
Milwaukee's gone 3 of 7 tonight from three-point territory. It's Trent on the wing. A miss that time would have put him up. The Knicks with the lead. Payne finds Robinson. Out to Payne. Robinson a screen on Lopez. Lobbed up there for Robinson. And stolen by Lillard. Prince, the pass to Trent. Back to Prince. Trent outside. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Lillard outside. Clock at 4. For the tie. Knicks with the rebound. Here in this third quarter, just over a minute play. To the right side. Down low. Over in the corner, McBride. Robinson a screen on Trent. It's Robinson high post. And the rebound goes to Lopez. Lopez has got rebound number 5 here tonight. Prince kicks to Lopez. Back to Prince. Now, here's Achua. D right on him. Pass to McBride. Robinson a screen on Prince. Lobbed up there for Robinson.
Yeah, good awareness by Mitchell Robinson. Reads the coverage and capitalizes as a roller.
Lillard outside. Top of the key. Oh, and that one had the right spin on it, and it is good. Lillard's got 8 points.
What a terrific play by just a tremendous all-around player. This guy makes it look easy.
To the inside. Here's Dadier. No good with the layup. For Milwaukee, they've gone 1 of 3 since starting the second half. Antetokounmpo kicks to Trent. Kicks it out to Lillard. Good on the triple. He's got 11.
Well, we know Trent Jr. can flat shoot the basketball, but he has to balance that with his passing. Nice delivery there.
And out of bounds as the Bucks gain possession. And Milwaukee has possession. They've only allowed 2 points so far here in the second half. Pass to Lillard. Giannis sets a screen for Lillard. The kick out to Lopez. Back to Lillard. Clock at 6. To the paint. Robinson with the block.
Well, this is the special aspect of Mitchell Robinson. That rim protection, that ability to send it back. Look out.
A shot missing. Some solid defense from Antetokounmpo. Here's Lillard, and he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
Yeah, way to play in attack mode and get to the line.
The Bucks shooting their 4th and 5th shots at the foul line in the game.
Hey, Lillard has all the talent in the world, but man, this guy is a great leader. Lots of charisma, and he holds his teammates accountable.
Robinson up top. Pass to Achua. Looking to end the run, and again, New York turns it over. We've got 1:23 left to play in the third. Now, here's Lillard. Payne covering. Stolen by Robinson. Here's Achua. And the rejection by Antetokounmpo. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Antetokounmpo. Robinson against Lopez. There's a screen by Achua. And he's going up for the alley-oop. And it's out of bounds to the Knicks as New York retains possession.
Active hands from him as he's able to deflect that pass out of bounds.
Well, that's what you call a game of inches. They talk about it in football. We see it right there.
Shot clock at 6. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
Well, if the defense gets sloppy on Mitchell Robinson, he has the kind of length and athleticism to make him tough to guard.
No good on the second, so he hits 1 of 2. Milwaukee has gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. The Bucks shooting their 6th and 7th free throws in the game.
Second team foul.
That one is off. And a whole new group out on the floor right now for the Knicks. He hits the second from the line. Knicks trail by 3. Some tough offensive sets. They want to turn it around.
Yeah, right now you just need a bucket to get some momentum.
Brunson scanning the floor. Pass to Hart. Anunoby in the corner. 6 to shoot. Here's Brunson, and there's the foul. It's on Jalen Brunson. That is his first foul of the game.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Getting another opportunity here to see that powerful rejection.
And guys, they'll think twice about attempting that shot again. That was a big-time rejection.
Lillard dishes to Giannis. Stolen. And a fast break now for New York. Here's Anunoby. And Anunoby slams it in.
OG Anunoby, because of his athletic ability, can be special in the open floor. Nice finish there.
Lopez right side. And yes, it's good. Lopez has got 7 points. It could go. The shot, no good. And so it's Damian Lillard making things happen for the Bucks. He notched And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And he sliced the D wide open with his feet. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
Well, that's what a great pass will do, right? You'll love the unselfish play.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we start the 4th quarter in what is still anybody's ballgame. The post pair, the longtime duel of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Prince, and it's Trent in at the 3. That's the 5 on the floor for the Bucks. Bridges with the steal. Here's Anunoby. They get it back. Brunson finds Towns. Lopez against Anunoby. Shot clock at 5. Here's Towns, and it's good with time running down on the shot clock.
That can be a difficult shot for some, but Towns very capable in the mid-range.
Here's Prince, and the shot goes in. Prince has got the lead up to 3 now for the Bucks.
Well, check out that assist. That's a pair of teammates that are clearly on the same page.
Towns, a screen on Trent. The kick out to Towns. And so the ball goes out of bounds. Lopez touched it last. We've played just over 1 minute here in the 4th quarter. Pass to Hart. 6 on the shot clock. Bridges outside.
Now defensively, the way Taurean Prince works and gets after it, he knows he's going to get opportunities, and he has responded.
And the turnover again by Milwaukee. Knicks trail by 3. Brunson outside. Pass to Hart. Here's the screen. The kick out to Anunoby. He nails it, and we're tied up.
OG Anunoby increasingly dangerous with his jumper. Nice catch and shoot opportunity there.
Stolen by Anunoby. New York moving it around. Hart against Antetokounmpo. Brunson the pass to Anunoby. Here's Hart. Shot clock at 6. Anunoby against Trent. Anunoby, no good.
And that's really just not heads-up basketball. Don't try a fadeaway with nobody's guarding you.
Giannis kicks to Trent. Giannis sets a screen for Trent. Back to Giannis. Lillard against Anunoby. Brunson with a clean look. No luck that time on the shot that would have put them on top. Giannis with it. Hart covering. Antetokounmpo can't get it to go. New York's gotten just 1 of 4 3-pointers to go down for them here in the 4th. And Towns throws it down.
Oh, needing a bucket there. Towns doesn't hesitate.
Kick out to Giannis. Milwaukee, no good that time either.
I'll tell you, this has not been his game, and he's making it worse with shot selection like that.
The offensive rebound. Bridges, no one around him. Drills the 3-pointer. Bridges has got himself on the board with 3 there.
Fearless, confident competitor. Bridges with the delivery.
Lopez inside. Towns on him. Lopez sets a screen for Prince to stop the run. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got 7 rebounds in the game. Hart the pass to Brunson. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. It goes on Giannis Antetokounmpo.
What we know about Jalen Brunson is this guy is not afraid to take it to the cup. He's ready to challenge defenders.
And the second of 2 is good. That increases their lead to 6. The Bucks have gone 1 of 4 since the end of the 3rd quarter. Here's Prince. Rebounded by Hart.
Well, that's a case where a guy's trying to make a play, trying to take it up strong, but the defense was ready.
And good that time. And the Knicks lead by 8.
Such a smart offensive player. Mikal Bridges assertive and focused when he gets this close.
Pass to Antetokounmpo. 51 seconds left in the fourth. Low block shot. Down low, inside. Giannis taps it in.
And a big-time playmaker. When the game is up for grabs, give the rock to Giannis.
Brunson kicks to Bridges. Hart with a screen on Prince. Bridges passes to Hart. Drains the three-pointer.
Making every effort to put this game on ice.
Well, just terrific teamwork. Each guy doing his part. You love what you're seeing from them tonight.
The shot and game clock separated by 4. Lopez with the steal.
Disappointing day for them. Let's see if they go down with a fight.
Well, they definitely have some things to work out, and you'd love to see them finish this game the right way.
So it's New York picking up the win. A solid win on the road for them. This building was dead silent. Thank you, David. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and
All right, everyone. Greetings from 2K Sports. Looking at these two teams, my attention is drawn to the front court matchup.
Oh, yeah, this should be a battle on the baseline. Great to watch skilled bigs trade blows and show off what they can do down low.
Now a look at Philadelphia's starting lineup. Andre Drummond is out there with Joel Embiid. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. Then there's George. And it's Grimes in at the shooting guard position. Here's Grimes. Pass to Drummond. And stolen by Bridges. Towns finds Anunoby. Towns a screen on Maxey. And he's going for the lob! Out to Bridges. Robinson with it. On the take. Joel Embiid with the board.
He's as surprised as we are. Most nights, that bucket is automatic.
Here's Grimes. Oh, and Towns with the block.
Big swat right there from Towns, making his presence felt on the defensive end.
Embiid against Robinson. Bridges outside. Towns looking for an opening. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Robinson a screen on Maxey. Brunson. Joel Embiid with the board. Offensively, Karl Anthony Towns is one of the most well-rounded big men in the league, Grant.
Yeah, maybe in league history, B.A. He's an elite three-point shooter, post scorer, and his passing is severely underrated.
About a minute and a half through the first quarter. Maxey, that's good.
The unbridled confidence of Maxey at the arc, you can see it and feel it. He knows how good he is.
Outside Robinson. Jacks up a 3. Knocks it loose. Brunson against Maxey. 6 on the shot clock. Towns a screen on Maxey. Kicks it out Towns. The shot from 20 feet out. And he gets it to go off the front iron.
Towns is money off the catch and shoot.
76ers lead.
Brunson against Maxey. Down low. Here's Drummond. Nice start for him. Sinking his first shot.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. Not there.
And here's the fast break. Here's Embiid. And Embiid throws it down.
Boy, that's how you execute in transition, guys. Embiid realizing an opportunity and then jumping all over.
Towns for 3, and that one makes him 2 for 2. He's in his rhythm.
Don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
I had a chance to catch up with Tom Thibodeau. I talked with him about Joel Embiid and asked him what he wants his team to do against him defensively. And he said, I told our big guys to play with physicality out there, but to also know when to go straight up and not let him bait us into silly fouls. It's not an easy assignment, but coach seemed confident in their chances of containing Joel. Guys,
thank you for that, Allie.
2 minutes.
Now here's Brunson. Here's Robinson. Pass to Towns. Bridges outside.
Oh, that's some pesky defense. Should have thought twice before attempting that pass.
And the jam by George.
George can be so deadly on the drive. He's got great quickness. He sees an opening and takes it right away.
And Clark, this last summer, former Sixer Doug Collins inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, well-deserved honor for Doug. I mean, he's Philly's former #1 overall pick back in 1973, and he played almost a decade there for the Sixers. Also coached the Sixers, among many other teams that he had a chance to coach in the NBA, but clearly an NBA lifer and one of the best guys that's part of the NBA fraternity.
Knicks trail by 4. Brunson with it. still without a bucket. On the clock. New York needs to get one up quick. The timer ticks. Robinson can't hit. 2-for-1 opportunity if they can time it right.
Great way to end the quarter.
An almost unfair amount of power. Nobody getting in Embiid's way on that drive.
And here's Bridges. He'll bring it up for the New York Knicks. They trail by 6. Towns with the ball. Guarded now by Maxey. Brunson against Embiid. For 3, Robinson. It's hauled in by the Sixers. 20 seconds left in the first quarter. Now George. Pass to Grimes. Lets it go from deep. He can't get it to go. And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. A big difference in... Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And now we get a little perspective here on how the hustle game has been for the 76ers.
You figured they might want to come out and run, and it's been the key for them early. They're just feasting on fast break chances.
You know, another point I'd like to add is that they've had tremendous success early on converting turnovers and turning those into points.
So on the floor for Philadelphia to kick off the second quarter, they've got Eric Gordon. Joel Embiid is out there with Andre Drummond. Then there's Tyrese Maxey, and it's George in at the 3 slot.
Kevin, you can understand the shot selection. I mean, he wanted to go back at him and just came up short on the triple.
Here's Okporti. Maxey covering, and the officials signal the backcourt violation. Not careful there.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain-neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
And timeout is called by Tom Thibodeau. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust.
Substitution for your Knicks, Mitchell Robinson.
Maxey against Brunson.
OG Anunoby.
Ooh, Robinson with a block. Fast break, New York. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
You gotta love Tyrese Maxey's approach to the game. He said, quote, "I really have a simple life. I have this joy about playing basketball. I like putting in the work, so I'm extremely focused, extremely competitive, and I'm out here having the time of my life. I get to do what I love every single day, and it's a blessing," unquote. Brian, he's such a positive guy.
Yeah, he really is. Thanks for that, Allie. George finds Drummond. 6 to shoot. Oh, stolen by Anunoby. And here we go, the Knicks in transition. And Embiid with the block.
The defensive instincts of Embiid on display there with the denial.
Up top, Robinson. Anunoby on the wing. Robinson in the post. Defended by Gordon. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation.
And we're a little over a minute and a half into the second quarter. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Shot clock at 6. Goes up again.
Nice defense that time by Drummond, and a movable object with great length.
Maxey passes to Embiid. And then Embiid with the dunk.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish.
Really piling on the lead with a dunk like that.
Gordon against Bridges. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Will grant all the high hopes Knicks fans have had in recent years. They have finally come to fruition.
Yeah, it really was good to see the Knicks have a great campaign last year. From the players to the coaches to the front office and the fans. They've pressed all the right buttons.
Here's Maxey. And the layup is good off the glass. And now it's an 11-point Philadelphia lead.
Strong take by the wily Maxey. He is fantastic at turning on the Jets.
Brunson passes to Towns. No good from outside.
You know, defensively, you just can't afford to give him that much room. They're fortunate that he missed that one.
2 minutes.
Back to Embiid.
First half, 2 minutes.
Oh, nice job, Embiid.
Hey, go to that whenever you can. I mean, Embiid has a huge advantage in size and skill.
Brunson against Maxey. Towns a screen on Maxey. Brunson passes to Towns. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson. Brunson's got 3 assists in the game.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
To the paint. Robinson with a steal. To the inside. And here we go. The Knicks in transition. And it's powered home by Towns.
Tell you what, going end to end, Towns may not always look like he's moving fast, but he's gobbling up some ground in a hurry. And some of that is his stride, but that fella's got some big feet too.
Towns into the lane. And there's the call on Karl Anthony Towns. That's his first foul of the game.
And just a great job of getting there first and absorbing the contact.
No question about it. No flop there. That was a direct shot to the chest.
And how about that replay? Man, you got to appreciate the hustle on defense.
Yeah, good offense comes from great defense. This lead is only getting stronger with plays like that.
Gordon, the pass to Drummond. Knocked away. Pass to George. 5 to shoot. Late clock. The Sixers need to put one up here. The shot by Drummond. No good. Knicks trail by 10. Here's Anunoby. And Embiid with the block. 8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Maxey passes to Drummond. Nice move. No stopping him there. Jams it in. And he's fouled. An opportunity at a three-point play. It's going to go on Mitchell Robinson. He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here. And that one falls for Drummond. New York has gone 1 of 4 from three-point land here in the second. Robinson passes to Brunson. Here's Towns. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson. Towns has got 12 points.
Karl Anthony Towns finishing through contact there.
16.
Here's Gordon. Over Bridges. Oh, it would have counted had it fallen, but it is offline. And so it's Philadelphia closing out the quarter ahead by 11 points. The hustle they've shown on defense has been tremendous. Well, now a minute to check in with Allie. Thanks very much, Allie. And folks, we'll be right back to start the second half of this game. And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. You have to like what we're seeing from Karl Anthony Towns.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
And you know what? They've come at him a few different ways defensively, and nothing has slowed him down.
We've got Mitchell Robinson. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with OG Anunoby. Then it's Mikal Bridges, and it's Brunson in at the 1 spot. That's the 5 for New York right now. Clark, the Sixers have been at least 10 games over 500 for 7 straight seasons now.
Yeah, and that's great to see after, what was it called? The process that took them all the way to the very depths of the league to finally build themselves back into a consistent playoff team. And their fans certainly deserve good times for struggling through all of those bad times several years ago.
Robinson can't hit. Philadelphia leading by 9. George scanning the floor. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. It's going to go on Mitchell. And coach doesn't like the call at all. He's opting to use his challenge. He wants the officials to look at the replay.
And even with the coach's challenge in place, we've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed.
The ruling on the floor is confirmed.
A gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Shooting two.
And he knocks down the first one. Well, Clark, as we know, player comparison is a popular exercise among fans and analysts alike.
Yeah, I've never really ascribed to that, but in this day and age, I think it's even more unfair to do so because the game has changed tremendously. I mean, three-point attempts and scoring averages are way north, in large part because of the pace of play. So the game has changed, and that means when you're comparing players, it's a little harder to do in a fair manner.
The shot off that time. And Brunson's got the ball here for the Knicks. 11-point game. Back to Towns. Brunson rushes in. Got a piece of it. And it's going to be out of bounds. New York will have another go. Over a minute and a half now into this third quarter action. Towns outside. Clock at 6. Pass to Robinson. Tries to break his ice. And he wills that one in. Sinking it right through the back of the iron.
Well, I love the court awareness there. Towns zipping the ball over to his teammates. A willing passer.
Maxey against Brunson. And then Embiid with the dunk.
And just shredding apart the defense with his passing. He's helping to pace this offense so well.
You know, numbers don't always tell the story, guys, but his assist totals do paint the picture here. I mean, he's got everybody involved.
Here's Embiid. Oh, Embiid with the slam.
Nothing new for Embiid here. Going off for a big scoring performance, par for the course.
And you watch Tyrese Maxey, Clark. He's so good at creating offense.
Yeah, he can get that thing rack to rack and downhill in a heartbeat, BA. In the break and in the pick and roll, he puts tons of pressure on the defense because he's so quick. And he knows how to use angles, too. And he can shoot it from deep, so he's got the full package.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
We hear players proclaiming their love for the game, but former sharpshooter J.J. Redick said there's a distinction between loving the competition itself and loving the game, and everything that goes into that. Guys say, I just want to play. Do you want to do all of the necessary things that lead up to that? Hey, Brian, 15 NBA seasons for Redick. He'd know.
He certainly would. Thanks, Allie. To the middle. Robinson passes to Bridges. Robinson a screen on George. To the paint. Oh, George with a steal. Fast break, Philadelphia. And Edwards with the basket on the assist by George. And the 76ers lead by 14. Here's Towns. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Knicks will retain possession.
Knicks ball.
We've gone about 3.5 minutes here into the third.
Surprising to see him miss here, but they'll be happy with that shot in most possessions.
George against Anunoby. George passes to Maxey. Oh, there's the alley. Hammers the lob through.
Great pass by Maxey there. This guy really clever at finding ways to get his teammates involved.
Robinson passes to Anunoby. And the foul called on Paul George. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Here's Brunson outside. Joel Embiid with the board.
Knicks foul.
Embiid's got 5 rebounds in the game. And he ends that fast break chance. An intentional foul. That's a textbook example of the transition take foul rule. What a 22-23 season it was for Joel Embiid. named MVP with the Sixers, Clark.
Yeah, and that was Philly's first MVP since the answer. Allen Iverson back in 2001. MB led the league in scoring at over 33 a game on 55% shooting from the floor. Remarkable. Nobody could stop him. He was virtually unguardable.
Robinson finds Towns. Screen by Robinson. And he lobs it up to the rim. And stolen by Edwards. 2 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. George outside. Back to Edwards. George left side. Into the lane. Pass to Embiid. Fires for three. The shot comes out. And here at the end of the third, it's a double-digit ball game. Philadelphia on top, up by 16. We'll take a quick break.
Come on, everyone.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. And the Knicks with the possession here. They trail by 16. Taking a look at Philadelphia. They've got Joel Embiid. Tyrese Maxey is out there with Edwards. Then there's Paul George, and it's Bona in at the 5.
There wasn't much defensive resistance there, guys, but somehow he blew it anyway. Missed opportunity.
And here is Maxey. Elbow shot on the way. Achua with a rebound.
Good shot, gone bad. Gotta finish there.
McBride passes to Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does.
Well, I like the way he capped off that drive. The one-hand hole punch.
First personal foul. First team foul.
And here's Edwards outside. The kick out to Maxey. Over Payne. The Sixers with another miss. Knicks trail by 14. Things just don't seem to be clicking for them offensively.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get back on track.
And out of bounds, the 76ers will take it. We're just over a minute into this final quarter of play. And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for Philadelphia. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. Well, Grant, one thing about this Knicks team, they have a clear identity.
Yeah, they have the mentality of their city, New York City, playing the game with passion and in-your-face attitude. And, of course, these Knicks leave it all out on the floor. Productive trip to the line. He doesn't like to leave points on the table.
A nice shot by McBride.
One of the things you've got to admire and respect about him is his aggressiveness at the offensive end, always in attack mode.
Maxey. And he was fouled in the act of shooting. Opportunity for a three-point play here.
Maxey makes things happen with his hard work and determination as a scorer.
And a look now at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for Philadelphia.
Well, the coaching staff has to love what they're seeing on offense. There's so many assists because how this team is moving the ball.
You know something else, guys? You know, they came out of that tunnel sprinting in a full stride sprint. That translated to the floor and lots of success in the fast break game.
And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, B.A. Not sure what got into him.
Here's the three. Achua with the rebound.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
McBride with it. He's picked up by Edwards. And there's the foul. It'll go on Miles McBride. That's his third foul of the game.
I love great defense. Just quick to establish his feet, and he takes the hit.
And not afraid to put his body on the line either. He took a shot for the team in that situation.
Maxey passes to Edwards. And another miss by Philadelphia. Knicks trail by 17. Embiid with a steal. Maxey surveys. George outside. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. Shot clock at 6. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Robinson's got 7 rebounds in the game. They get it again. Outside Payne. Robinson, a screen on Embiid.
First personal foul. First team foul. Substitution for your Knicks.
Philadelphia on D. A 17-point lead, their biggest. And again, the Knicks missing.
Jalen Brunson. 2 minutes.
Now here's George.
2 minutes.
1:56 left to play in the fourth quarter. Pass to Embiid. Back to George. Shot clock at 5. That 3 off target. Had some space there after the pump fake. And an Obi for 3. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson. Brunson's got his 7th assist of the game with that last one. The Sixers lead by 14. Down low. Here's Bona. And he caught that pass in full stride on his way to the big slam.
They have a relentless mentality, even with the game in total control.
And, you know, until that final buzzer sounds, I mean, you've got to treat every possession like it's crucial.
Now, he may only be 6'1", but Brunson plays much bigger than that. I mean, he plays with a physicality.
Bridges misses.
And just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Here's Bona.
And they were really able to find the mismatches they wanted and exploit those all night. Great execution from the players and coaching staff for the 76ers.
It's impressive how the reserve players stepped up and delivered in this one.
They didn't just help out. They made a big impact and really secured the win for their team.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Joel Embiid.
Terrific initiative. Not content to let the game come to him, he went out and made it his own.
For New York, they've gotten 4 of 9 shots to go in during this fourth quarter. And it's Bridges with the jam. 51 seconds left in the fourth. Maxey against Brunson. And Maxey, here we go, uses the glass to finish the layup. And the 76ers lead by 17.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
And, you know, this run shows what kind of attitude this team has. I mean, the win is there, go get it.
That free throw, no good.
Mitchell Robinson at the line, 2 shots.
So he comes up empty, missing both. Edwards with it. Pass to Embiid. 4 on the clock. And they go to the intentional foul.
And you know what? We'll give them some credit for battling today, but this one is just about over.
Simply delaying the inevitable here. I mean, at this point, even if they miss the free throws, there's not enough time left.
That's also good. So he hits both free throws. And their biggest problem so far, taking care of the ball.
Yeah, they've made some great plays, but way too many turnovers.
And he commits the intentional foul.
Jalen Brunson, 2nd personal foul. Joel Embiid at the line.
That one misses.
2 shots.
And he can't hit the second. Ooh, poked away. So no problem for Philadelphia as they get the win. A statement road victory. Allie, thank you as always. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast.
And both teams look to move the ball around, stand to create more offense.
Well, that's usually the best way to attack, especially against good defenses. Ball movement moves the defense, and when you've got the defense on the move, that's when you can break them down and get high percentage shots. It takes patience, it takes unselfishness.
It seems to be the most efficient way, doesn't it?
It does, especially against really good defense.
So a look at our starters for the Knicks. We've got Mikal Bridges. Josh Hart out there with Towns. Then it's Jalen Brunson. And it's Anunoby in at the small forward. Jackson gets the bucket.
And great from deep. Jackson, no issues hitting the mid-range either. Another big who has range in the new NBA.
Morant against Brunson. Wells wide open. Good, and a nice assist from Morant.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
And talking about the Knicks, GA, do you feel they took a step forward last season?
I do. I mean, losing in 7 in the conference semis with all the injuries they had, that really kind of set them back. They ended that game 7 with the Pacers missing 4 of their starting 5. So, no doubt, expectations will be high.
4 on the shot clock. Here's Jackson. The Knicks pull it in. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. I was able to talk with the head coach of the Grizzlies for just a minute. Now, I spoke to him about the plan for Karl-Anthony Towns now. Coach said, we know Cat has size and power, so we're hoping we can match him there. We don't want to make ourselves soft targets for him. You can expect it to be intense and physical down on the block. Guys?
Thanks, David. The Knicks have gone just 1 of 4 to get this game started. Towns, no luck. For Memphis, they've gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. To the middle, here's Edey, and he goes in for the dunk.
Whoa, that'll wake you up.
He is such a great athlete. Bridges passes to Anunoby. Here's Towns. That's in, and he found his range with that one. Now 1 for 2.
And I'll tell you, offense comes really easy to Big Cat.
Morant surveying the D. Greg, with how explosive John Morant is, he has certainly taken his fair share of awkward falls.
And that's what worries me with guys like that. He's already had a number of injuries in his young career, but we all just want to see him at full health.
The Knicks making a switch here. Achua's checked in.
And there's no doubt Morant near the top of the list of elite scorers in this league. And good to get him going early. That shot should give him some confidence.
Yeah, it's always nice to see him drop in a triple early in the game. That'll set him up for success the rest of the way.
It's rebounded by New York. He lobs up the alley-oop pass, hammers the alley-oop through.
Oh, such a beautiful pass to set that one up.
Yeah, the pass might have been pretty, but the finish was angry. Hart, that's good.
Any chance you get, you want to put yourself in a position to succeed, and that's what he did there.
Well, converting on those transition opportunities is just so important.
As a passer, Morant has developed great instincts, and he's going to exploit those gaps in the D.
Pass to Achua. Brunson against Morant. There's a screen by Achua. It's Hart on the wing. And the 3 ball is good. Hart's got 7.
You can't afford to let Hart get going from deep. He's ready to shoot it when given the opportunity.
Morant against Brunson. Releases. Again, Memphis.
Guys, that's just really unstoppable. He poses a ton of matchup problems for whomever he's facing.
Here's Bridges. And the rebound by Jaren Jackson. A chance at a 2-for-1 if they want it.
If I'm them, I try it.
Outside, Payne. Pass to Jackson. Payne against Towns. Jackson from long range. It's rebounded by New York. Shoots from the right block. Towns. Edey with the rebound. Here's Wells. And the dunk by Wells.
And a long wind-up and strong follow-through on the one-hand jam.
Yeah, he's not going to mess that one up. Both teams have it going here early and still close through the first quarter. Grizzly. And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. And for Memphis guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
Well, they've been aggressive from the beginning, particularly on the offensive end.
Yeah, and that's helped them get the lead. But we'll have to see if they can sustain this offensive output.
On the court for the Knicks, we've got Bridges. Payne out there with Miles McBride. And then there's Precious Achiuwa. And it's Robinson in at the 5 down low. Now here's Morant. Pass to Wells. And a miss there on the triple.
Finding space on the perimeter, but he couldn't capitalize.
Bridges kicks to Payne, and Robinson wide open. He shoots. No good on the triple.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
So Stan, the Grizzlies trio of John Morant, Desmond Bane, and Jaren Jackson Jr. From the outside looking in, what a great base going forward.
I agree with that, Kevin. Look, not only are those 3 outstanding individual players, but they complement each other so well. There's such a great fit with those 3 guys. That's a great base for the future.
The Knicks shooting their first free throw of the game here. And he shows the focus there, nails the technical. You know, Stan, when I think of you as a coach, I think defense. So let me put you on the spot as you assess the wing defenders in the NBA right now. Who are some of the top 2 or 3 that you notice?
Well, look, there's so many good ones. My favorite right now is Lou Dort because he's so strong, he's so disciplined, and he has an amazing ability to use his body even against guys that are a lot taller. He is a frustrating guy for great scorers to play against.
Now, he brought a lot to the NBA, but haven't the Thunder done a good job developing that kid?
Well, they have, and look, they've got other great defenders too, like Jalen Williams.
The shot by Wells, no good.
That's a defender doing just enough to cause a miss on the layup.
Payne kicks to Anunoby. Too long in the paint. He's hit with a 3-second violation. One of the best 3-and-D wings in the league. Let's start with OG Anunoby, who excels from the corner.
And Kevin, about 45% on quarter threes the last couple seasons. So OG can space that floor horizontally. That's in addition to his elite defensive ability.
Karl Anthony Towns checked in for Achiuwa. Here's Towns. Lays it up off the glass.
Well, anytime you can get a good look close in like that, it's always your best option.
Morant drives in. Robinson with the block. Here's Anunoby. And Anunoby slams it in.
And the penetrating ability of Anunoby, confident when it comes to attacking the defense.
Inside, here's Edey. Robinson pulls it in. The Knicks with the lead. Bridges up top. No scoring in this one. Robinson kicks to Anunoby. And oh, what a play. He just palms the block. There's a good screen. Now here's Morant. He's tightly guarded. Towns against Jackson. Edey. That's good, and it's Jackson with the assist that time. Edey's got 4 points in the quarter. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Grizzlies.
Well, their defense has been really impressive, especially the number of blocks they've managed to get. It's not easy to keep denying guys at the rim.
Another thing they've done well is push the tempo. They're running the floor and converting on the fast break. Pushing the action, getting others involved. He does it time and time again.
Yeah, when you're moving the ball like that, it just keeps everyone engaged in the game.
Looking at who's out there now for the Knicks. Achua, he's checked in for Robinson. Miles McBride comes in for Bridges. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Cameron Payne. Now here's Brunson. Back to Achua. New York moving the ball around. Towns sets the pick for Anunoby. Pass to McBride. Payne with the steal. Down low. Here's Jackson. Out to Morant. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Jackson.
That is just a careless turnover. You've got to be smarter in those exchanges.
Looking at who's out there now for the Knicks. Josh Hart comes in for Achua. And it's Bridges in for Miles McBride. Bridges, no one around him. Buries the long-range jumper. Bridges has got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. Pass to Edey. Payne looking around. Edey can't hit. And so Anunoby will bring it up for the Knicks. They trail by 1. Brunson, left side. Anunoby finds Bridges. Towns, a screen on Payne. Anunoby has the open look. His 3-pointers off the mark. And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far. Grizzlies out in front. They lead by 1. And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge standing. Thanks for the great interview, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of basketball following halftime. We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. Memphis leading after back-to-back 50-win seasons. Dan, last season was frustrating for the Memphis Grizzlies in almost every way.
Yeah, that's an understatement, Kevin. They went 27-55. Due to suspension and injuries, they only got 9 games from their star, Ja Morant. But they still have a lot of young talent and still a team that can be very competitive in the future.
Morant is the point with Payne out on the wing. Wells is out there with Jaren Jackson. And it's Edey in at the 5. That's the lineup in the game for Memphis. New York's gotten a success rate of just over 50% from three-point tonight. 4 of 7 shooting. Towns sets the pick for Hart. This one for 3. Towns, no luck. The Grizzlies shooting with confidence, 50% from the field so far. Morant against Brunson. Here's Edey. Good, and the nice assist from Morant. Morant's got 6 assists now in the game.
And this is something Morant does well. His knack for knowing when to make that feed is impressive.
Right side Towns. Pass to Hart. Towns, a screen on Jackson. The kick out to Towns. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. Edey picks one up.
And there are subtleties to Big Cat's approach. Nice pump fake that time.
Stan, I could talk about coaching with you from morning till night, but what's the most difficult part of coaching that maybe the average fan doesn't know about?
Well, there's probably a lot of things like that, Kevin, so I'll just give you one. When you're coaching a star player who's on the decline a little bit. In his own mind, he's still that guy he was in his best years, but you have to limit his role, not get him as many shots, things like that, and there can be some tension, and it's with a guy that you have huge, huge respect for.
That's a great example. Coaching an aging star. Very difficult. Towns, the pass to Anunoby. Brunson kicks to Bridges. Hart with the screen for Bridges. And there's a whistle. It goes on Mikal Bridges. That'll be his second foul of the game.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Now here's Morant. 7 points in the game. Edey, good, and a nice assist from Morant. Edey's got 5 points now this quarter. 7 lead changes now, and we're just in the third quarter.
Yeah, frustrating for a coach, but it's great to watch as a fan.
New York again turning it over. And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, GA?
Thank you, Kevin. Jalen Brunson is a very cerebral player. He says he focuses on the little things. The attention to detail has made the game a lot easier. I know what I'm capable of. So as long as I keep working on my craft, keep the same mindset, only good things are going to happen for me. Kevin, back to you.
Good stuff, David. Amazing how far he has come. We appreciate the report. Pass to Morant. Out left to the wing. Stolen by Anunoby. Here's Bridges, and it's slammed in by Bridges.
And there you see the basketball IQ Bridges has. Natural court sense. He knows exactly where to be.
Brunson against Morant. Good D by Anunoby. Bridges passes to Anunoby. Back to Bridges. Hart kicks to Brunson. Hart with a screen on Jackson. It's stolen. Jacks up a three. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got 5 rebounds tonight. Brunson scanning the floor. To the inside. And Towns throws it down.
And forget those threes, Cat. Get the easy ones.
And so it's Bain who brings up the ball for the Grizzlies. GA, as you know, Jalen Brunson is a second-generation NBA player.
Yeah, his dad, Rick Brunson, was an 11-year vet who also played overseas and eventually settled in as a coach in this league. So Jalen grew up in those NBA locker rooms.
Back to Towns. Fires from deep. It's rebounded by Memphis. Morant, right side. 58 seconds left to play in the third. To the paint. 5 on the clock. Pass to Wells. Memphis needs to get off a shot here. It's good. Jackson's got his second basket. A great competitive game so far.
And from the look of it, this one could go right down to the wire.
And here is Hart. That 3 off the mark.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Bain finds Morant. Outside for Jackson. Seconds left here in the third quarter. Pass to Morant. To the inside. And Karl-Anthony Towns pulls it down. Towns has got rebound number 7 for him tonight. Bridges passes to Hart. Some solid defense there from Jackson.
And we talk about the importance of protecting the rim. Right there, outstanding defense.
We're at the end of the third, and we've still got a close. And how about a look now at our assist of the game? Brought to you by State Farm.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Yeah, he puts that pass right on the money and made things look easy for his teammates.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. And New York, looking at who they've got. They've got Cameron Payne. Robinson is out there with Precious Achiuwa. Then there's Miles McBride. And it's Dadier in at the small forward position. Down low. And there's the call on Precious Achiuwa. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Outside, Payne. 6 to shoot. Jackson setting the pick here for Morant. Rejected by Robinson. Here's McBride, guarded by Bain. New York moving the ball around. Back to Robinson. And he converts the layup. And the Knicks lead by 1. Let's look at the energy stats, how the hustle game has been going for the Knicks.
Well, they're shot blocking. The defensive effort level has been great. You got to love that intensity.
And they've really been able to get out in transition and produce. The defense hasn't had an answer for this up-tempo pace.
Here's Achiuwa. Edey with the rebound. Edey's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Jackson, and that one drops for him.
And no matter what they've tried, the D just has not been able to deny them the ball inside.
Pass to Achiuwa. In the corner, it's Robinson. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Robinson's got 4 points in the quarter.
There's a certain resiliency to this team, and you're starting to see it.
Yeah, and as a coach, you love having a team like this. They've got 0 quitting.
To the middle. Out to Morant. Inside. And stolen by Achiuwa. Payne with it. He's picked up by Morant. Here's Achiuwa. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Grizzlies will take it. And a whole new group out on the floor right now for the Knicks. We're in the 4th quarter here. Just under 2.5 minutes gone. Jackson with the screen. Pass to Edey. Misses the 3. New York trailing. Bridges inside. Guarded by Bain. Back to Brunson. On the wing, Anunoby. Towns sets the pick for Anunoby. And we have an intentional foul there, G.A. Wish I could say why.
That was pretty strange. I mean, no idea what got into his head right there.
With a screen on Bain. Bridges kicks to Hart. Here's Anunoby. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
And the native of England, Anunoby doesn't back down from taking the big shots.
Morant drives in. Pass to Jackson. Here's Edey. Pocket 6. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. There's 1:38 left in the 4th quarter of this one. Bridges kicks to Anunoby. Down low. Here's Towns. The kick out to Anunoby. Back to Hart. From down in the low post. It goes. Hart's got the lead up to 3 now for New York.
How about how he sets his man up there, runs him right into the screen, and then gets the basket.
Here's Edey. That's good. And it's Jackson with the assist that time.
The defenders need to recognize the importance of staying on him as we get into crunch time.
Towns looking it over. Count it!
Big time basket at a big time moment.
Yeah, don't you just love to see a player embrace that kind of pressure?
Now here's Wells. He's guarded by Anunoby. Out to the right wing. Pass to Morant.
There's exceptional timing on that rejection. Love seeing Towns this aggressive on defense.
Good!
Well, credit them for maintaining that aggression, even being up this much.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, just protect the ball, make smart decisions, don't give them a chance to get back in the game.
Now here's Morant for three. Outside for Jackson. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. So a close game sees New York take this one. A truly gutsy performance away from home.
You know, it really was. And Kevin, when this one was hanging in the balance late, they showed just what a tough-minded group.
The Knicks, ready to enjoy that one-of-a-kind New York home. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to Grant, when you talk about these two teams tonight, I think it's fair to expect a barrage of three-point shooting.
Oh, for sure, B.A. That's the usual game plan from both sides. It's going to be raining threes here tonight. And if they're falling, it's going to be a high-scoring affair.
And the Milwaukee starting five. Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. And it's Portis in at the three. Prince against Bridges. Pass to Lillard. And Anunoby pulls it down. Brunson with it. He's picked up by Lillard. And there is a whistle. That goes on Damian Lillard. That's his first foul of the game. Here's Towns. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Towns, a screen on Portis. Back to Towns. They set the pick. 5 on the clock. It's good.
And he is a force in the paint. Towns is such a huge presence inside for them.
And Brent, this Knicks team, they've taken on the identity of their head coach.
Well, B.A., isn't it interesting, Tom Thibodeau? Lots of scuttlebutt about him as the coach. And then they brought in players that kind of fit the coach. They play hard. They play defense first. They play a ton of minutes. But this team is gritty, and they don't give up.
Now here's Bridges. Hart with a screen on Prince. Outside Hart. Towns, a screen on Lopez. Hart passes to Towns. And it's Towns with the power finish.
I like to see Hart looking to set up his guys in the pick and roll and be that playmaker.
The starting
RJ, this could be a battle won in the trenches. Each team with a formidable front court.
Yeah, both these teams are loaded with a lot of skill down low. Kind of old school. Should be a physical contest.
And the starting group for the Grizzlies. Morant is the point with Bane out on the wing. Santi Aldama is out there with Jaren Jackson. And it's Edey in at the 5. So the Memphis Grizzlies able to put the first points up on the board. Maxey got a piece of it. On the wing, Bane. Pass to Edey. From the arc. Rebound by the 76ers. And David Aldridge spoke with Nick Nurse. David.
Desmond Bane was the topic, and Coach was effusive with his praise. He said Bane is a great catch-and-shoot guy, but he'll find ways to contribute no matter what. He also said Bane is hard to game plan for, but they'll do their best not to let him get in the rhythm. They will have their hands full tonight, guys.
Okay, David, thanks.
A tough cover. Jackson has a ton of post work. He can go over either shoulder or face up.
And Richard, when it comes to Jaren Jackson, there's a lot to appreciate. My goodness.
Oh, I love that he can guard 1 through 5. Really a modern defensive NBA big man. He can go back to the basket or he can face up. He doesn't need the ball to make a huge impact.
Bane, no good.
The defense just giving him the easy look there. He's not going to miss that.
And in the first, a little over a minute and a half in. They grab their own miss. Pass to Embiid.
And you know, guys, with Embiid on the floor, it's not just about his individual play. He changes everything for everyone on that team. That's how dominant he is. It's not just statistics. His presence alone propels them.
With the league's 65-game rule, Joel Embiid might have trouble making another All-NBA team.
Yeah, he's only reached that 65-game mark twice in his career. But he's still a lock to make the Hall of Fame, Kevin, because of how dominant he is when he plays. And look, he's already got an MVP.
Here's Maxey. Following the basket by John Morant. Maxey passes to Drummond. To the middle, stolen by Jackson. Out to Morant. Some nice passing there by Memphis. To the paint. And the dunk by Jackson.
Just muscling it home from there. Jackson is no stranger to having to work over strong defense.
George dishes to Drummond. The shot's good on the assist by George.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this starter throughout the rest of the game. And you don't see that every day. Usually he'll convert when he gets that close to the rim.
Bane passes to Jackson. And it's off from three-point range. First quarter of action, just under 3.5 minutes played. McCain's shot is off. And the Grizzlies leading by 6. Bane kicks to Morant. And Embiid pulls it down. 76ers have gone 2 of 6 from the field. And while Embiid was on record praising the importance of continuity, I don't know that, Richard, the 76ers front office felt the same way.
Oh, yeah. What you say out loud versus your actions can be very, very different in this game. When you have a chance to go big game hunting, you do. The goal was to bring in some help for Embiid and Maxey, and they accomplished it.
And the dunk by Jackson.
The strong finish from Jackson Jr. He goes up with power inside the paint.
Pass to Embiid. To the inside. It's rebounded by Memphis. 36 seconds left in the first quarter. Jackson dishes to Morant. Back to Jackson. To the wing on the left. Morant against Maxey. Edey. A three-pointer off the mark. The 76ers trail by 6. It's Drummond with the drive. His shot is good. Scores his third basket in 6 tries. Shooting 50%. Morant surveying the D. A kick out to Bane. Jackson a screen on Maxey. And so it's Jaren Jackson making highlights for the Grizzlies. He finishes with 9 points in the quarter. The D is having all... And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And let's get your take, guys, on the hustle stats for the Grizzlies.
From the tip, they are not making things easy on them. Lots of steals, playing disruptive basketball.
And you can't turn it over against this team. That's a recipe for disaster, and we're seeing the results of that.
We've got Joel Embiid, Abu Saleh out there with Edwards. Then it's Butler. And it's Grimes in at the 2-guard spot. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. Kennard kicks to Clark. And the shot falls short this time.
Surprising he didn't bury that, but hey, it happens sometimes.
Inside, here's Drummond. That falls. Nice feed that time from George. Drummond's got the first points up on the board here in the second quarter for the 76ers. Down low, here's Clark in the corner. Kennard with it. Back to Clark. Good D by Drummond.
Look, the defense was locked in on him there. They know how dangerous he can be, and they guarded him perfectly.
Embiid with it. Stolen by Jackson. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Thank you, Kevin. Joel Embiid talks about leading his team. He said, I've been guarded so many different ways, I feel like I've seen everything, and I know how to attack everything. For me, it's all about how do I bring everyone along with me. You can't win alone. It's just about playing together and involving everybody. Kevin?
And you've got to involve everybody. All right, D.A., thanks. So timeout called here. The first for Memphis. So Memphis going with almost an entire new group here. Edey's checked in for Brandon Clark. Santi Aldama comes in for Wells. Baines checked in for Luke Kennard. And it's Morant in for Pippen. Morant finds Bain, and it's a defensive 3-second violation. Greg, you know this. Good coaches give their players confidence. But what's the balance there between affirmation and accountability?
Well, when you believe in a player, that also comes with expectations. So a coach has to boost them up and also demand that they deliver.
The finish was nice, but the setup was better.
Yeah, G.A., the pick working to full effect before the stuff.
Yeah, you like the pick to set up the open shot. But when it leads to a dunk, okay, even better, he'll take it.
Outside, Maxey fires the three. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. And you look at the Grizzlies' defense the last few years, RJ extremely disruptive.
Yeah, they've been top of the league in steals and blocks. That's just a part of the DNA in Memphis. It can be exhausting playing against guys like this.
And the 76ers making a change here. Grimes is checked in. Morant against Maxey. And the whistle blows as the basket counts, and a three-point play chance right here on free throw. And here we go with the coach's challenge. Not surprised in a competitive game like this. And he's disputing the personal foul call.
Shooting one. And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast.
The previous play is under review.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively and involving the coaches by being...
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
And here's Maxey. Floats one. And Drummond kicks to Maxey. Off target from outside.
Well, he's got a great stroke. That one almost dropped.
Jackson misses.
See, that miss right there, it's why teams try to avoid the mid-range jumper these days.
And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact.
That's his natural scorer who plays with a lot of energy. Maxey, he's going to have a long career.
These are his 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game. After earning the number 2 seed in the 2023 playoffs, Richard, last season was a lost year because of all those injuries and other things in Memphis.
John Morant only played 9 games last year. Desmond Bain missed half the year. Marcus Smart, the Grizzlies still have a lot of young talent and a very bright future.
And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for Philadelphia, trailing by 5. Drummond with a screen on Morant. Maxey. Drummond passes to Maxey. And the rejection by Jackson. And here we go. Morant's heading to the hoop. Chalk up 2 there. Morant's got the lead up to 7 now for Memphis.
With elite speed and quickness, Morant continues to be ferocious on those fast breaks.
Here's McCain. Guarded by Bain. Back to George. Lets the 3 fly. Drains it from beyond the arc.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You gotta show some fire and keep defending.
Poke loose. George with the steal. All alone. And then George with the jam.
And putting his explosive athleticism on full display there. George is capable of some highlight reel dunks.
Here's McCain. Guarded by Bain. Here's Drummond. And the rejection by Jackson. And that'll be Philadelphia as it goes out of bounds. 76ers retain possession. And some changes here for the Grizzlies. Brandon Clark, he's checked in for Edey. And Wells is subbed in for Santi Aldama.
Smart pass from the quick thinking Maxey. Outstanding at finding uncovered teammates.
Wells kicks to Bain. Memphis moving it around. The 3 from Morant. Bangs home the trifecta. Morant's got 7 points here in this quarter.
Guy's just ridiculous. He is just an absolute surgeon when he has the ball. This man is surgical. There is no way to slow him down when he wants to score.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Clark, and Clark slams it in.
Quick off the floor and powerful. Clark loves to attack that rim.
There's the screen. Here's the lob to the hoop.
And how about the incredible timing on that alley-oop?
He absolutely hammered it down. Here's Jackson. And the rejection by Embiid.
Yeah, defensively, Embiid can take over a game with his reach. Big block from him there.
Eden Santi Aldama.
11 seconds left to play here in the second quarter. Morant finds Aldama. A three-pointer, no good. A pull-up. And he wills that one in, sinking right through off the back iron. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. Grizzlies lead by 1. And we've got more action coming your way after this break. And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. It's been a clinic out there by Jaren Jackson.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
So the Grizzlies 5 right now. Morant is the point with Bain out on the wing. Jackson is out there with Edey. And it's Aldama in at the small forward position. The 76ers trail. R.J. Morant has always had unquestionable talent. Now it's a question of can he focus on his game?
And you hope he had his wake-up call. Still one of the most exciting players in the game. His burst and bounce, one of a kind.
Bain finds Morant. To the paint. A kick out to Bain. Pass to Edey. Good, and a nice assist from Morant. Edey's got 5 now.
The dime courtesy of Morant. I'd love to play with John. He's always looking to move that ball.
Drummond sets the screen for Maxey. Here's Drummond. And he floats in for the easy 2. Credit the assist on that one.
They didn't have much of a problem getting the ball into the post that time.
Pass to Edey from downtown. Knocks down the 3 ball. Edey's got 5 points now this quarter.
And this is part of Morant's role. As a guard, he's responsible for finding the open man.
And it's blocked. Just over a minute and a half have passed here in the third quarter. That one doesn't go. Good D by Drummond. Here's George, and it's George. It off.
And holding nothing back there. George gives the dunk his all.
Here's Edey. 8 points for him. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Tyrese Maxey. That's his first foul. On defense, the 76ers.
Embiid with no problem getting in your grill defensively.
Off the inbound, no good. Now George, he's got 9. To the middle, here's Drummond, and Drummond throws it down.
And bullseye with that assist. Nice delivery there in traffic.
Jackson against Embiid. Right side Jackson. Pass to Edey. Misses off the left eye. 76ers have gotten 4 of their first 5 second-half shots.
Oh, wow! That is powerful. A fantastic shooter from deep. George forces defenders out, and then that just opens up the driving lanes for him.
The 3 from Morant. It's Drummond with the rebound. Drummond's got 6 rebounds in the game. Greg, they're in a rhythm offensively, really cooking.
And the opposition looks helpless to stop them right now. Oh, nice work finding the open man by George. Plays like this prove he's a team player.
Pass to Edey. Jackson down low, guarded by Embiid. Back to Jackson, and Jackson throws it down hard.
Yeah, big night for Jackson so far, scoring with enthusiasm on that offensive end.
George with the ball. Aldama's there. Drummond passes to Maxey. Off target from three-point range. The Grizzlies trail by 4. Here's Morant. Takes it inside. That's in for his 5th make of the night. Now shooting at a 50% clip. 5 for 10. George passes to Drummond. And Drummond throws it down.
And this is who Drummond can be. An offensive anchor who can dominate once he gets cooking.
To the left wing. Here's Edey. Offline with his 3. The 76ers leading by 4. And George kicks to Drummond. Back to George. We've got 33 seconds left in the third. He takes it in. Finishing with force. Whoa!
That's what I'm talking about.
A good ball handler with an advanced offensive repertoire. George is more than comfortable in the pick and roll.
It's hauled in by Paul George. And here's George. He'll bring it up for Philadelphia. Here's Drummond. And he got that one up in time, but doesn't go in. And so it's Philadelphia with a 6-point lead at the end of the quarter. And let's take this chance now to show you the State Farm assist of the game.
And he's always been the favorite to bag this honor. These kind of feeds are his bread and butter.
That is why he is a point guard in this league. He has the elite passing ability, the vision. You need both to play the point guard.
And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. And we will have a timeout called by Nick Nurse. Wants to make sure everybody's coordinated and intent. Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Hey guys, during the last timeout and listening to Nick Nurse talk to his team, he reminded his team, we're up. All the pressure is on them. Let's just keep playing our game. Makes sense because they've got a nice lead late in this game. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, David. George is out there with Joel Embiid. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's McCain in at the 2 spot. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia.
Oh, phenomenal alley-oop slam there.
They are taking advantage of a team that looks lost out there. Jackson finds Bain. It's good. The assist this time from Jackson. Bain's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Morant against Maxey. Five to shoot. To the paint. Swiped away. And here's the break. That's good. The Philadelphia lead is cut down now to just 3 on the bucket from Wells.
And we could have been looking at a 2-possession game, but that was a huge mistake on the turnover. Now, nerves becoming a factor.
Embiid in the corner. Inside, Bono. And he makes no mistake on the slam dunk.
Get him the ball anywhere close to the hoop. That thing's over.
Pass to Edey. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. That one on George.
Really the right play defensively. If you can't block, force him to the line.
And he can't hit the second.
Listen, they're still right in this thing. Missing that free throw, though, keeps this a 2-possession deficit.
Here's Embiid. Edey with the rebound. Edey's got rebound number 5 here tonight. And it's Bono with the rebound. Philadelphia leading by 4. The shot by George, wide open. Connects from 3-point range. George has got 9 points here in the second half. Morant kicks to Wells. Right side Jackson. It's deflected. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Embiid.
And he made the right read on that play, but just couldn't secure the steal.
And deflections, they're a stat that all teams track. They show who is the most active defensively.
Drummond's checked in for Philadelphia. And the Grizzlies also with the sub. Aldama's checked in. Embiid finds George. Drummond a screen. And George, here we go. And it's Paul George with the finish.
Punishing the rim there. When George makes up his mind he's going to dunk it, there is not much you can do.
And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
All the officials are all over that.
And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for Philadelphia.
Their offense has been a well-oiled machine. They're moving the ball around, playing for one another, and just piling up assists.
And also, got to be impressed with their interior play, getting in the paint and figuring out ways to score.
Drummond with a screen on Morant. Maxey passes to Drummond. Outside, George. Drummond sets the screen for George. Lobbed up there for Drummond. Stolen by Jackson. Now, here's Bain. He's covered closely. Lets it go from deep. The Grizzlies with another miss.
And that shot isn't the one they should be taking if they want to make this comeback happen.
There's a minute 34 left in the fourth quarter. Drummond with a screen on Morant. Maxey. And Drummond kicks to George. Launches it. He's still up. Now he's 9 of 10.
And what a smooth 3-point shot. George has worked hard to develop that stroke.
Maxey against Morant. Back to Bain. Edey can't hit. Guy, it's a good chance for them to slow it down.
Yeah, they definitely should use some clock here. And now as the clock ticks down, this is going to end up as a solid victory here for the 76ers.
And they had to battle for this win. There were times when it looked like it was maybe slipping away a bit, but they never let that happen, which I thought was a real credit to them.
And that's a product of their mental toughness. Anytime the flow of the game turned against them, instead of caving, they just dialed it up a notch and were able to pull away.
And you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Paul George.
Every time he shot it, it seemed like it was going to drop in. And if it didn't, everyone was surprised.
And that's the thing about a superstar like Embiid. He does have a score-first mentality, but he trusts his teammate. He knows when to make the right pass.
Outside for Jackson. Over Embiid. The Grizzlies with another miss. Now, here is George. Knocked loose.
Desmond Bain.
So the 76ers win it. They didn't make it easy on themselves or their fans, but in the end, everyone's satisfied.
I mean, there were some times that momentum shifted, and especially early on, but let's give this group...
All right, David, thank you. And that'll do it, folks. For Greg Anthony, Richard Jefferson, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. We appreciate you tuning in tonight.